Welcome to day 3. Thank you very much everyone who has been active on LinkedIn overnight. The announcement in terms of moving forward with climate change is getting out there very nicely now. We've just had overnight we had a very nice positive endorsement from Emmanuel Faber, and IPSASB has just posted as well. So I think there's a lot of enthusiasm. So I might have said to the PIC, actually, all we need to do is now is deliver. Anyway, we now move on into retirement benefit plans, and welcome Christoph to the table in person for the first time. Having how many days now in Canada since you arrived?
Okay, 2 weeks.
Yeah. Anyway, it is great to have you here and part of the team. I think over to you, unless David is going to say anything at all to start us off. No, okay, so over to you.
Thank you, Ian. Good day, members. Everyone on the line watching in. Appreciate the opportunity to take you through agenda item number 12 on the retirement benefit plans. Just getting myself ready. There we go. So today will be just a short discussion initially on how we have landed, where we are at the moment. I think firstly, we remember that we dealt with ED 82 and initial comments and thoughts were brought to the March meeting, where the board then asked staff to go away with the drafting group to further analyze in detail the comments that were received and bring back proposals then to this meeting, which we will be bound to do this morning, at least Canada time. But also the board asked staff and the drafting group just to look at developing more illustratively, where does the draft IPSAS 49, which is now its number, sitting in respect to retirement benefit plan obligations, etc., and to clarify that scope as part of that process. And that is what we aim to present to members today. Just a quick overview of the papers that you have received. There were 4 technical papers or papers that dealt with the issues in the topics that we have identified as staff and the drafting group. The topics broadly dealt with guidance that was needed in respect of the objective and the scope of the standard. How do retirement benefit plans and consolidation go together, if any? And also the definitions that relate to the standards, which drew a lot of comments from participants to the exposure draft. There were other guidance and disclosure that were also requested. That is going to be covered in paper number 4. And these themes we will talk to in a little bit more detail. What we also shared in it as part of the meeting pack was a write-up of the IPSAS 49 with track changes, as well as a clean version for members' comments in terms of editorial. We are in the drafting phase of the standard. We are past the developing of the standard itself is essentially. So any comments that members would like to give in terms of the drafting as it currently stands will be appreciated, whether here or after the fact. But I want to acknowledge those members that have already submitted comments on both the paper and the draft itself of the IPSAS, and we do appreciate it as staff, the interaction that we've had in that regard already. Ian, can I pause just quickly if there's any comments at this point before I move into the papers?
Yep. Any initial comments? Okay. You got it.
Super, thank you. So paper one, we felt as a first team, we needed to deal with the objective and the scope of IPSAS 49 and how it relates to the accounting requirements that were essentially missing in the public sector for retirement benefit plans. We know that we based the standard on IS 26 that seem to be quite a dated standard as we speak, and needed to employ our standard setting processes to potentially also advance principles within IPSAS 39 that we would like to see in the public sector, and that is what we have done by introducing the standard to the public sector, and therefore filling a gap that we see and have heard from constituents regarding retirement benefit plans within the sector. As part of the process to develop the guidance on the scope and the objective of the standard, we have obviously taken cognizance of the March instructions that we received and have developed it accordingly. So what I would like to present to members at this point is the diagrammatical representation of where IPSAS 49 represents itself in comparison to 39 on employee benefits. Just as a point of departure, this diagram was not an easy thing to develop. We had various iterations getting to this point. We know full well that we wanted to do a lot with little in terms of picture painting 1,000 words, but we realized that simplifying it even further might be necessary, and therefore you will realize when you look at what I'm presenting just now will be slightly different to what is included in the paper. The paper is a bit more expansive on introducing two other standards, i.e. IPSAS 42 and IPSAS 19 as well. But for this discussion, it is really about where does 49 sit with regard to employee benefits and specifically retirement benefit plans then, and in comparison to 39. So firstly, we do have the employee benefits that arise at or after retirement, and the post-employment benefit plans can provide these benefits to employees either through the employer, whether formal or informal. It is a compensation-based benefits that we are talking about, hence the employee-employer relationship becoming quite or being quite important. And as a first port of call, we know and haven't looked at IPSAS 39 as a standard, but to connect the benefits that are already included in IPSAS 39 by the employer, as is long required already, we see that that will be the benefits that the financial statements of the employer will represent, yes, in a net position as required by the standard. However, the information is disclosed in the financial statements in a gross manner, where we do see the obligation and assets, if there are any assets in such a plan, represented in the financial statements of the employer. But on the other side, we are essentially talking about the same benefits that employees derive from their service to the employer, and hence the need for development of IPSAS 49 on the retirement benefit plans, where we are saying that the plan itself is separate from the employer it itself can be taking various forms. It can have it has its own rules. It can be formal, it can be informal, and as such, present the financial statements of that plan separate as a separate entity, and that is what we have put together. We have noted, and it is important to note that these plans are functionally looked after by an administrator more often than not. That administrator can be the employer, it can be a third party altogether. In terms of administration and agency that looks after it, it can be another function within government. But in all respects, we are saying through the standard, ultimately, that separate financial statements have to be prepared for every retirement benefit structure that exists and needs to be prepared in accordance with IPSAS 49, where such financial statements are presented. It is not that we are saying that IPSAS 49 must be. We are saying when financial statements are presented. What we have also covered in the paper is the fact that in terms of the scope and the objective of the standard, we wanted to advise through the application guidance as well as one of the BC paragraphs a little bit more clarity in terms of giving a bit more focus on the scope of the standard in relation to IPSAS 39, etc., especially looking at the comments that we have received from respondents. And as such, we have drafted an amendment to AG6 that is included in the paper, as well as an amendment to BC1 in support of AG6. So we are asking from members if they agree with staff's recommendation on these changes. We just want to note that it is not intended for the diagram to form part of the standard itself, but rather to form part of staff papers that will accompany the issuance of the standard in the future. So I'll pause there. Yeah.
Thanks for that introduction, Christoph. So there you have it, the recommendation in terms of amending AG6 to provide clarity, and then the amendment in terms of BC1. So open for comments from members on that. Thomas, you want to lead us off?
No, I don't want to lead that off in terms of comments, just a question for clarification. And thanks, Christoph, for introducing that, and thanks for making the effort of preparing the diagram. If you could go back to the diagram slide, just to kind of confirm my understanding, and hopefully others' understanding as well. It is not the transaction which answers the question, in which standard am I, in which scope of which standard. It's the question of which perspective of the transaction do I take. Do I take the perspective of the employer? Then I'm in IPSAS 39, but for the same transaction, if I take the perspective of the benefit plan, I'm in IPSAS 49. Is that correct?
Yes, Thomas, indeed, well summarized. And also, we are not saying in that regard that it is incumbent on the employer to suddenly prepare a set of accounts for the retirement benefit plan separately. That could be the administrator. But we are saying that if we follow accrual accounting, IPSAS 49 is the best way to go for the plan as a separate entity. Yes.
Okay, so we have a couple of flags up now. So Patricia, then Adrian.
Thank you. I think that the paper does not address the concern present for the constituents or the respondents to explain the reason why the general schemes that not meet the definition of the social benefits and that the report entity is responsible for assume fiscal that is assuming fiscal risk is out of the scope of this standard. Thank you.
I mean, I think, Patricia, the point is that the two are absolutely entirely separate. This is an employee benefit scheme that we're talking about here. We're not talking about general benefits paid to the population at large. This is a very specific type of scheme. And, you know, if there is I mean, perhaps this is where I can go back to David and the task force, but I think it all the way through, this has been entirely separate. So if there is a need for an additional statement somewhere, then I think, you know, we need to get that in now, but they are entirely different and intended to be. Yep.
Yeah, my suggestion is clarify why not to include, because this is this event transaction has material it is material for the entity. My question is, there is some schemes that public sector is responsible for, or it is retirement benefits, but not for employees of the public sector or to other employees that have an impact on the financial condition, fiscal condition, and it's not in the scope of this. And my suggestion is not to include in this moment, solve the problem in this moment, but indicate, clarify the reason why it's not in the scope, like, for example, ABC.
I mean, perhaps, David, I can go to you, because I'm looking at the AGs and I thought we'd covered this off. You know, I mean, we can't deal with different, you know, what we're trying to do is actually be clear about this is retirement benefit plans for employees in respect of their services. It's not part of a general benefit to the population, which is covered through IPSASB 42. David, I mean, I thought we'd done this in the drafting already.
Well, I thought we had. I mean, we could look at it again, but I mean, you're absolutely right. This is essentially talking about an occupational pension scheme for public sector employees. It is not, and we've made this clear right the way through, it is not talking about national insurance schemes for any Tom, Dick, Harry, or anybody else in the population. It's just for employees, public sector employees. So as an ex-civil servant, I get a pension from the civil service.
I mean, we do have a statement in AG2 that the standard applies to retirement benefit plans established by public sector employers to provide retirement benefits primarily to former employees. It does not apply to old age pensions provided through welfare or social security plans, nor to social security schemes that provide pensions to all citizens.
Yes, but I would like to indicate why not, because these plans has impact in the case of there are some schemes that are not for retirement plans for employees, and it's not to retirement benefit, social benefits. There is a gap in IPSASB literature.
I mean, I'm not denying that there may be schemes which are not covered precisely by these arrangements that fall outside this standard and IPSASB 42. We're not intending to cover those. So I think there's a real, you know, I mean, I think, you know, we can't cover every possible situation. What we're trying to do is deal with schemes for employees. And I'm not sure how much clearer we can actually be. You know, there will be, you know, as in all cases, there will be transactions and schemes that are not precisely covered. And in that case, the jurisdiction itself will have to use its judgment as to whether it wishes to apply by analogy or not. You know, I mean, if Ross.
Yeah, I sympathize for your point, Patricia, but I think we started this project to pick up a piece of guidance from IFRS and adapt it to fix a particular problem that was raised to us through constituents related to employer benefit plans, and particularly an issue that came through the UN and other international organizations on a specific issue where they needed help on guidance. That's why we've done this project. So we always describe positively why we're doing a project, but we don't normally spend time thinking about all the reasons we haven't addressed other things that might be related. So again, we've got a standard on social benefits and we've got a standard on employee benefits, and we're going to have this on retirement benefit plans. But inevitably, there will be transactions that we haven't developed specific guidance for. And, you know, I don't believe, and I remember the last time we did our strategy and work program consultation in the mid-period check-in, that the issue that you're describing was highlighted as a major gap that we need to address. So we have limited resources and we have so much we can do. And I don't think it's appropriate for the board to talk about things it didn't address that it's not even clear that it hasn't addressed or why. Because again, the intention of the project was to look at the IFRS guidance and adapt it for the public sector for a specific reason. And that's what we should put in the standard, is why we've done the project we've done.
Dave. I mean, you know, to Ross's point, if constituents really feel there are other types of arrangements where they're not, you know, they're more prevalent in the public sector where there isn't guidance at present, then it's open to them to request us to do a project as part of the strategy and work program you know, consultation. And I think it's up, you know, if that is the desire, then it's up to them to describe why it is that those aren't covered and what the requirement actually is across multiple jurisdictions, because that's the problem, that we're setting international standards. And that's really why we've tried to be as clear as possible in AG2 as to, you know, what we're doing here and what we're not doing here. So, you know, I'm not sure how much clearer we can actually be without actually muddying the waters for constituents. I'm going to take some other comments at this stage. Hervé, Adrien, then Renee, then Camilla.
Thank you. I fully concur with the recommendation, but I have an issue. It's just a question of the scope. Maybe we should, at least I would like to have an explanation, make it clearer, what an informal plan is. I don't understand what an informal with no rules plan. Basically, for me, a plan is a structured organization for a decision making and procedures. So it has rules. It always has rules. So I don't understand what a no rule plan is. Could you just tell me what it is?
I mean, I think I might ask David again in terms of, you have some plans that are legal structures, you have other plans that are not in legal structures, separate legal structures. And if I give you an example of that, which I personally am a member of, is one of the civil service schemes in the UK. So it has separate scheme rules, but it is not a separate legal entity. It does also prepare separate annual reports. So I think that's what we're trying to cover, that it acts and it is accountable as a separate retirement benefit plan under the terms of this. And indeed, it uses they use IS 26 in the UK to account for it.
But it has rules.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we're probably arguing about terminology, and maybe we just need to add, you know, something in the basis for conclusions, but it's no more than that.
Well, it obscures the scope.
Well, I mean, you know, we can ask the task force to see whether they can provide further clarification, you know, in either the AG or the BC. Okay, Renee, and then Camilla.
Yes, thank you. So I sympathize with Patricia's comment, but looking at BC8, I think BC8 is doing exactly what you what your response was, right? That we had a particular scope, very tight for a particular reason, but by analogy, we recognize that there may be other types of plans that could look to this guidance through the hierarchy, through IPSASB. So for me personally, this works. I think we've already captured the conversation we just had here. I'm not too sure how I would tweak BC8. So I just wanted to point out that I think it's been addressed appropriately.
Okay, thanks for that, Renee. So to Camira.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I also agree with Renee's comments, so that we address it in BC8. So entities that have similar schemes to retirement benefit plans, we make it clear that they are allowed by analogy to apply these standards. So maybe that we are covered. My second comment is on the diagram. I know it's for internal purposes, but there is when we are referring to IPSAS 42, it could be a bit misunderstood that all other benefits are under that scope, but we should maybe make it a bit clear that it should meet the definition of social benefit, that it address social risk and all that. But thanks.
Okay, I mean, I think those are useful clarifications. Thanks for those suggestions, Camira. So Todd, then Claudia, then Lucy.
Thanks, Ian. I just wanted to register that I was very comfortable with the recommendations of staff to make the changes to the paragraphs that were suggested. And listening to the conversation, I think it's more about the communication with our constituents about this. And there may be, that's really at a staff level as opposed to the board needing to get too hung up on it, but it's probably reflecting on some of the conversation we're having here in terms of the way we communicate it out there. And in that regard, I'm not convinced that the diagram's necessarily going to help, but I don't want to get into a debate about that here. I'd take that offline and talk to staff about that.
Thanks, Todd. Yes, I think we have a history of trying to draft diagrams in the board where it doesn't work particularly well. I mean, I think let's carry on round just in terms of getting input. So Claudia, you're next, and then Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add what Todd said, but in another way. So we make sure that at a glance document, we have the necessary information. And if it's with a diagram, which I find helps sometimes get a little bit more structure in it, even there are some explanations, but to get a starting point. So I think that's quite important.
Thanks, Claudia. Dave, you were hovering before, so come in now.
Very quickly, staff is completely on side with Todd and Claudia. I wouldn't say this diagram is going nowhere. It's definitely not going in the standard, but if we can get it right, and we'd really appreciate members' views in the breaks outside of the sessions, then we think this is a good tool to communicate the scope and why there's differences between 39 and 49. So exactly where you guys were.
Thanks, Dave. I mean, yeah, there is, I mean, going back to Patricia's comments and so on, there clearly is a communication issue. And I think Camira's point about making it clear that you could apply by analogy, I think that's helpful, without muddying the waters. So I think we can do that as well. Lucy.
Thanks, Chair. I agree with the staff and the drafting group on the recommendation to include additional wordings in the application guidance and in the basis for conclusion. If you look at AG6, it now reads as a retirement benefit plan is a reporting entity, that is, it reports separately from the employer and separately from the entity that administers the plans, which may be the employer or an outsourced service provider. This provision now clearly implies that there are three parties typically involved in accounting for post-employment benefit plans. That is the employer, the entity that administers the plan, and the retirement benefit plan. However, if you look at paragraph 5 of the draft IPSAS 49, it describes the retirement benefit plan as a reporting entity separate from the employers of the participants. Participants in the plan, thereby creating a notion that retirement benefit plan is synonymous to the entity that administers the plan. I think we have to consider including additional wordings to the scope portion of the draft IPSAS 49 to take into consideration or to be consistent with the revised application guidance and the basis for conclusion. And if possible, maybe there could be a separate paragraph that we can include to clearly note the differences between these three entities, if applicable. Of course, the diagram is the figure 1 is very important and very helpful, but I think we can better understand the technical definition of the retirement benefit plan if in the context of the draft IPSAS 49, if we maybe employ the use of yes or no flow chart, which can effectively differentiate the scope of IPSAS 39, 42, and 49. Thank you.
I think we've got to be very careful because I think we're in the situation where, you know, more words are not necessarily going to provide increased clarity. Now, I think there may be a request to just double check that in terms of what's in 39 versus what's in 49. But I think we've got sufficient in terms of IPSAS 42. No, I mean, we are very, very clear. I don't think we can be more clear than in AG2 that this is not a general old age pension or benefits. This is specifically for former employees. So, you know, it's 2 sentences. In my mind, it's absolutely crystal clear. And I don't think we should include more words. Those will not help. Ross.
Yeah, and maybe just stepping back as well, just to remind the board where we are. So we developed an exposure draft that had all the views the board thought was needed, and we received strong support for that exposure draft with 2 or 3 issues that needed to be dealt with, specific issues that we're now landing and we've got additional drafting on. We shouldn't get into an exercise of adding additional guidance because we think it's going to be helpful. We should only be addressing the specific comments that the board that have been raised, because we might actually start undoing some of the support we had by trying to over elaborate on areas where we think we're adding clarity, but we didn't hear a problem with certain areas. So I really think we should caution ourselves. This should be a really quick run through a couple of issues and finalize an ED that was very strongly supported. It's not an exercise in spending meeting after meeting going through each word over and over again. This was exposed, it was supported. There's the consolidation and scope issue that we need some clarity on, but the board should focus on that and get it done and get on to other things. This isn't a major project we should be spending multiple meetings on, and we're intending to approve this in September. So it's not an ED we're drafting here. We're actually finalizing a standard. I just want to remind people where we are on this, so we're not going overboard on this.
Yeah, I mean, the board in the past has actually been, you know, there are times when we've wasted a lot of time by reopening things that we've already deliberated. And, you know, essentially what we're proposing to do here is to clear off the final principles here. Any final edits will be brought back through the check-in meeting, and then we will be looking to approve in September because we did get very strong support for it. And these are all issues that we've deliberated before. I'll take Noyati and then Abdullah. Adriana, you're not in.
Thank you, Chair. Generally, we support the staff recommendation, but I just want to ask the clarification about the in Malaysia. There is a 3-party involved in managing our pension. One is the government itself as employer, and the other one is, we call it as a provident fund for the employer, whereby that administration, we call it as a fund,
we talk about here, IPSAS 39, we talk about the fund, is it? And then the other one, who administer the fund. So in terms of financial statement, do we have to do the financial statement for the fund and for the administration, which is we have to consolidate the administration and the fund itself, or only the fund? Only the fund.
Yeah,
Is it?
only the fund. Yeah. Okay, Abdullah.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in support with the staff recommendation, and if this helps from somebody who worked with the post-retirement benefits, I found it very helpful because I went through all the accounting issues that we were facing, and I guess this, to be a standard, will cover all the gap that we had there.
Thanks, Abdullah. So I think there are a couple of minor pieces of clarification that, like the by analogy point. So if staff can pick those up, but I think what I'm hearing from members is support for the proposed change to AG6 and also to the BC as well. So I think with that, we move on to the next issue.
Thank you, Chair. So I take members to the next paper. This paper deals with another substantive issue that was raised during the consultation and the feedback that we received, and that is the idea that consolidation of retirement benefit plans in the public sector is an ultimate end goal, and it might be derailed because of the definitions that we apply within 49 comparatively to 39. So staff and the drafting group went away and asked the question again, but what are the users' needs of financial statements with regards to the principle of consolidation and whether or not it is appropriate to retirement benefit plans? We have suggested then in the paper that there are two elements to consolidation that should be considered. Firstly, the issue of control. And as such, we have debated that it is likely that control would not exist as it relates to the benefits and the control over the benefits that stem from the plan. And as such, the principles in IPSAS 35 that defines the consolidation of financial statements, we have not come to the conclusion then, or come to the conclusion rather, that control would not suffice in that regard. And the second perspective or point that we discussed in the paper was that we are dealing with different perspectives. The plan itself as a separate entity, a reporting entity for purposes of the standard, vis-a-vis the employer, a separate entity that also reports on obligations within the retirement benefits that the employer is going to have to deal with in regard to defined benefit plans specifically. And from these two perspectives, we believe that should consolidation then be considered, and the answer was for the retirement benefit plan as a separate entity, that consolidation is not needed. We are acknowledging that there might be unique circumstances that is not envisaged at this juncture that would put it on a different path. But from what we could see and analyze and received comments on, that consolidation is not the course to take for the plan itself. However, the employer is a whole different story. Employers are consolidated within the control structures of government, and therefore those obligations do flow through to the whole of government accounts, whether or not it's defined, when it's a defined benefit plan rather. So the staff recommendation then in this regard is that as much as this standard is not about consolidation, we have a separate standard, IPSAS 35. We thought it may be well placed to argue within the basis of conclusions that the board does not believe that the plan should be consolidated, even though the standard does not deal with consolidation. It's not about talking about anything other than the plan's financial statements, but that we do believe that based on the comments received from constituents, that users' needs would still be addressed through the information contained within the plan financial statements, and how it supports and augments the information as presented in the employer accounts when we talk through IPSAS 39. So staff's recommendation is that only to provide a BC clarity, and we ask the board if it agrees with this recommendation.
Thanks, Christoph. So any concerns over that recommendation and the proposed drafting in BC5 and BC16? Liang, then Andrew.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to clarify the meaning is that it is not likely to be consolidated, or the meaning is even there is some cases which may meet the criteria as control, but we still state that it is not subject to consolidation. I think this is two different concepts. One is it is not likely, but my point of view is even it is not likely, but theoretically, or my experience is that in limited cases that maybe still chance that meet the criteria for consolidation. So I want to just clarify what we intend to say is that it's not likely, but we want to give some special rule that even the consolidation criteria is met, we still want to say you need not to consolidation. I think this is separate.
Okay, thanks, Liang.
Yeah.
I think that's clear, your concern there. I'll just take comments from some other members and then come back to staff. So Andrew, to you next, and then to Camira.
Thanks. I don't agree with the inclusion in the BC, not because I disagree with the outcome, but I think we run a dangerous path in that we're not dealing with principles here. We're applying our own standards and we're giving a view on the application of the standard, which I don't think is appropriate in a BC. I think if constituents have an issue on this, we should potentially look at drafting either an illustrative example for the consolidation standard, or perhaps in this case, rather a staff paper or something like that, where we take examples, apply the facts, what are the considerations, and therefore why do we feel consolidation is generally not the correct answer. But I think to put that into a BC is running a dangerous path with applying our own standards rather than dealing with principles.
Okay, Camira, then Lynn.
Thanks, Chair. Similar to Lian's comment, I think, so I agree with the recommendation of not that the retirement benefit plans should not be consolidated, but the reasoning behind, so that it's because it's unlikely if there is control or not, I would remove that, because there might be cases where if there is a deficit or whatever, still there will be one controlling entity that will decide how to distribute So there will be some kind of control. So maybe focus the arguments on what you mentioned, that there is a separate reporting entity. We have a separate set of financial statements for that. So it will, maybe what we still need to address is how to reflect in the consolidated financial statements, only that it will not be a line by line consolidation or anything like that, but at least to reflect if there is a deficit, or so that net position, so to reflect that somewhere, because if that is not reflected in the financial statements of the employers, that will be missing, and that is an important information that should be disclosed or provided somewhere else in the consolidated financial statement. Thanks.
Thanks, Camilla. Lynn, and then Noyati, and then I'm going back to staff at that stage.
So I was comfortable with the recommendation, but uncomfortable a bit with the drafting. So because I think the drafting in BC5 is just, it's a bit confused. It starts off saying, no, don't consolidate, or we don't believe that they should be consolidated. I think that sounded too rules-based to my mind. I was more comfortable to say, actually, we think in most circumstances it's unlikely that there will be control, and I felt more happy to do that. Just listening to some of the comments, I just worry that we're going to again create a bit of an industry out of this. So I think perhaps less words is helpful, but I just think the BC saying, we noted that it's unlikely in many instances that control would be demonstrated, therefore there wouldn't be a need, it wouldn't be appropriate to consolidate. I think we should perhaps, at the moment the sentence is very long, it starts rules-based. I think we need to look at the drafting, but I would suggest we keep the drafting short and not create an industry here, because it will be so scheme specific.
Yeah. So I'll take Noyati, but then I think actually the way forward appears to be clear in terms of addressing members' comments, that we do have a standard, and as you said, Lynn, wording along those shorter wording along those lines, unlikely, and I think that addresses the concern that Liang was expressing, that by putting the recommendation in, that appears to create a rule, and that's not the intention. And it is, as Lynn said, an example where more words is not helpful. Noyati.
Thank you. Based on the concept argument about the control, I agree with the staff. There is unlikely to consolidate with this one, but the thing is, when we prepare for under IPSAS 39, of course we put into the plan liability, which is come from the liability and the plan asset as well. So based on the readings saying that there is a difference measurement between the IPSAS 49 and IPSAS 39. So how we address that issue? Because if you look into the fund itself,
can we come back on that one, Noyati, because that's a different point. I just want to deal with the consolidation point at the moment. Patricia, and then Nima, and then I think we wrap up on this point, because I think it's clear where members, the instruction from members. Patricia, and then Nima.
Okay, thank you. Considering that it's possible to have the entity that is controlled by the reporting entity, the argument about the benefits, I think it's not applicable. In particular, benefits may be financial or not financial. And if an entity, if the decision is create a separate entity to manage the retirement benefits plans, the reporting assume risk, what not benefits. There is some benefits. It's unbalanced. I only assume the risk and not the benefits. And if the entity has 100% of participation and the other entity there is 100% of participation in equity or net assets. And for me, it's not, the argument here is not appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. I think you've just underlined Lynn's point, which is actually we just need to make a statement that we have a standard on IPSAS 35 on consolidation. In terms of retirement benefit plans, it's unlikely that they will, because of their independence, will meet the requirements. And that's probably about it. I don't think we need any more words than that, because it precisely gets into what you're talking about. And those are the sorts of things that actually one should look at in terms of whether to apply the requirements in IPSAS 35, but that's not what we're doing here. Nima.
Thank you, Ian. I actually agree with Lynn that we should look at the wording for users to decide whether there is control or not. Because in other cases, like in our case, those retirement benefit plans, the government will choose the directors, the government will use the plans in funding their projects. The members will have no say on how the plan is controlled. And as a result, it will be their responsibility to look at those facts and decide whether there is control and it should be consolidated. Because even when there is deficit, then it is the government which will make good of those particular benefits. And they can even add non-contributing members to the plans for those members to get those benefits. Thank you.
Thanks, Nima. So I think there's a clear instruction there to staff that we want shorter new drafting, which basically says we have a consolidation standard and it's unlikely, but you need to judge it on a case on the facts of the case. And it probably doesn't need to be longer than that. Okay, Christoph?
Yes, thank you very much, members. And yeah, to Lynn's point, we will follow that through. It makes sense and will be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. So moves on then.
Thank you. So members, on paper 3, we are now moving into the earlier points also of definitions that were raised by respondents in terms of why we settled as a board on changing certain definitions and keeping others when we talk about adapting IS 26 into the standard, in particular our departure from the definition on defined benefit plan to be rather in line with the IPSAS 39 definition versus the retention of the IS 26 definition of actuarial present value of promised retirement benefits, which is different to that which we have in IPSAS 39. Staff looked at the comments with the drafting group, and the conclusion is that we would like to recommend more application guidance, i.e. to uphold the board's views that we have to report from different perspectives, and therefore the definitions were defined as they are. So to support the different perspectives, sorry, I should advance my slides, to include AG 14 and 23, clarifying the potential measurement differences, which Noriati has also alluded to just now, that may exist between the benefit obligation valuation in the plan versus that of the employer. And lastly, just to support in the BCs for what we are proposing in A and B and the application guidance, and for members to confirm if we can go ahead with this recommendation.
Okay, thanks, Christoph. So now, Noriati, do you want to come back in at this point?
Because of the difference measurement, actually it's more on the discount factor that have been taken by the 35 and 49. There is a difference figure that have been calculated. So in practice, in Malaysia, we are using the planned discount rate instead of the liability employee, because when you talk about the coupon bond or something like which is a risk-free rate or something like that, it's more lower than the plan asset, because the plan asset is more on the market rate. So that's why we do believe that there's some kind of way to have a good the same discount rate. Maybe we use I don't know, maybe we use average of these two rates as to more reflect on the provision in Malaysia is a negative, so a provision for the liabilities. So it is more on the more true and fair view of the employer and this plan asset as well.
Thanks, Dayati. Dave, you want to come in on that?
So the drafting group did talk about this, and when the reason why there's differences in definitions and discount rates specifically is IPSAS 39 provides the pension asset or liability, the net asset or liability, and the definitions and the discount rates that are required there are information that are most useful to users of the financial statements of the employer. What 49 does is it blows out that net asset or liability and provides financial statements to the beneficiaries. And what the drafting group talked about was there are different assumptions and different definitions because those users have different needs than the users of the financial statements of the employer. So we did spend a lot of time talking about this, and that's why we go to Christoph's recommendation that we have different definitions and different discount rates between IPSAS 49 and IPSAS 39. We thought with maybe to give a little more background on 49, there's more flexibility in the discount rates we can use because the drafting group talked about how beneficiaries don't want to see the volatility, or it's less useful to see the volatility in the plan. They want to see the longer term sustainability in the plan rather than what the users of the employee statements want to see, or the employer statements want to see. They want to see something that's comparable with other entities across the jurisdiction.
Thanks for that, Dave. Nima, that was okay. Renee, you want to come in?
Yeah, I just want to offer my own thought process on that to help build on Dave. I struggled mightily originally with why there would be different discount rates, but where it really resonated with me is that in IPSAS 39, there is a very strict requirement to use high quality corporate bonds, and or to look to it to develop the discount rate. So whereas on the pension plan side, trustees are often developing different type of valuations for funding purposes based on regulations, and there is more flexibility, or I think our standard on 49 should allow for potential more flexibility to select a different discount rate that is more appropriate in the jurisdiction based on where the regulations is driving the pension obligation value. So that for me was very helpful, is by keeping our standard open to not wanting to necessarily have the exact same assumptions on both sides, although there could be the same assumption. It would be possible for a plan to say, I'll just look to the valuation of the employer, and I'll just replicate it in the pension plan's financial statements. That could be very acceptable, but there may be circumstances where a trustee has already computed another very viable, very useful valuation, and I think we need to allow that in 49. And maybe it's up to the plan's trustee to explain that difference in their disclosure, or what the basis of that valuation is on the pension plan side. So I am comfortable with it. On the surface, it looks inconsistent or it looks counterintuitive, but I feel confident we're landing in a good place.
Thanks, Renee. I think it's helpful to understand the journey you've been on there, and I think hopefully that that does help. So I think then if we perhaps just go back in terms of we've got those proposed clarifications and additional background on in AG 12 and 13, and then AG 14 and AG 23 to try and get that you know, those perspectives over. Members content with that that drafting approach addressing the issue. Patricia.
Sorry, I couldn't understand the proposal because there is a difficult to consolidate because of the different rules in relation to the measuring the obligation. This is the main concern when the question is not consolidate or not, but the cost for the entity, because the entity needs to measure the liabilities based on two different bases, considering the requirements in IPSAS 39 and the requirements in these IPSAS. And then I couldn't understand how to solve the how the concern arised by the constituent was addressed. Sorry, I couldn't understand.
Well, I think, and we didn't do a very good job of explaining this, but I think there was a misconception that you might use IPSAS 49 to be consolidated into an entity. So if I was to use an example, so staff work for IFAC, and if you guys were all shareholders of IFAC, you would want to know the net pension liability or asset that IFAC holds. But staff would want to know what's actually in that balance. What are the assets and liabilities of the plan? And we might have different assumptions that we'd want the plan to provide than what IFAC provides you, the shareholders. So I don't think that was communicated very well in the ED, or what maybe the reasoning behind this project, but that's what I think we need to communicate better in the final at a glance that goes out with this document.
So it's not a consolidation difference, it's actually a measurement difference. And so there isn't a, you know, there isn't something you need to account for on consolidation.
Yeah, maybe said in a way, there's not really anything to consolidate. It's already in your financial statements.
Can I? And the case is the entity reported that the separate entity needed to measure the same liability in two different ways. It is costly. How, what justify, what is the justification to have the strict rules in IPSAS 39?
Well, I think Renee's already explained the reasons for the difference in perspective, because there is a requirement in IPSAS 39. There is a different perspective from the pension plan. You know, the pension trustees are going to be looking at a much longer term view. They're going to be looking at ways of funding it and so on. And there are going to be totally different assumptions, therefore, on discount, on what the appropriate discount rate is. So what we're saying is that is one entity that's not being consolidated generally, and then this is another entity perspective. So it's the same argument. Renee, you want to come back in?
Yes, I want to try to be helpful to here. The trustee doesn't necessarily have to come up, or the employer doesn't have to come up with a different valuation. I mean, yes, under 39, you need an accounting valuation that complies with 39. So the employer cannot get away from that when they are the sponsor of a defined benefit plan. But on the plan side, if it's the same people managing both, right? Or if the trustee is just hired by the employer, there is an option. Our standard allows for the same calculation to come across. So the standard is not imposing two valuations. If there are two valuations, they already exist because the trustees had to do funding valuations under specific regulations. So I think our standard allows for that scenario, doesn't prescribe that this is the scenario. So it allows for the same obligation to be coming over. So I don't think our standard is being more prescriptive.
No, Yeti.
Thank you. I agree with Rini because hope we can. They have an option on the valuation. It's up to the constituent to which is the best approach to give a true and fair view of the employee benefit of the employer as well as the plan asset to 39, because that but in the 39 is always is already stated that you use the the best quality bond there. So usually normally it's more lower than the market in the market. So that's how. So mean that the employer can choose using the plan discount, or because under the 39 it's already said that you have to use the quality bond rate there. So is there we can mild down the statement there, or give the option in the 39 or something like that?
Dave.
Maybe just to be clear, so 39 is very prescriptive in what discount rates you have to use, and 49 is less prescriptive. So I think there's definitely opportunities to align the discount rates when you're using 49 with 39, but we did provide, and the drafting group thought it was appropriate, that there'd be more ability to use different discount rates when using 49. I would push back a little on whether it'd be extremely costly to have two separate reports developed. You're using the same information, you might use different assumptions, but I don't think it would double your cost to get two different reports. And then I guess the last point I would make is, I don't know how to say this exactly, but you have to apply IPSAS 39 as part of our suite of IPSAS. And even though 49 will be part of the suite of IPSAS, it would only be applied by retirement benefit plans. It's not something they're not fighting against each other when you're preparing a set of financial statements. You'd apply the entire suite of IPSAS, including 39, or you'd apply 49 if you're a retirement benefit plan.
Ross and Abdullah.
Yeah, maybe just building off what Dave has there, maybe how we've been thinking about it from a staff perspective, and maybe this will help people. But if you've got if your entity has a retirement benefit plan and it's material, you have to apply IPSAS 39 and all the other IPSAS and prepare financial statements. And if you're controlled by other entities, you have to be line by line consolidated, all IPSAS. If you're applying 49, for some reason you have a different user need that the retirement benefit plan needs this specific set of financial statements for the beneficiaries, for a regulator, for someone else. That's allowing you not to apply the full IPSAS and just assess the retirement benefit plan and provide specific information specific to those user needs. But that's an optional standard. It's not required in the full set of IPSAS. If you think you have a retirement benefit plan that needs to be consolidated, you apply IPSAS 39 and all of the other IPSAS to have fair presentation of your entity's full operations. You don't get to use IPSAS 49 in that case. IPSAS 49 is a special purpose reporting framework for the beneficiaries. It's only applied for a retirement benefit plan scheme when the users need that particular information. It doesn't need to be the same as IPSAS 39, but you can use the information from 39 to communicate that information if it achieves your user needs in 49. So I think we have to be careful from a standard setting perspective that we're not just saying these feel the same, they need to be the same, and actually think about what users are using the information for and when we would apply the various standards. They're not interchangeable.
Abdullah, then Claudia.
Thank you, Chair. And after what Ross said, I won't repeat what he said, because I was going to say something similar. Of course, he said it better. But I will take it from the trustee for retired benefit plans, because there are some restrictions. There are investment policies. There are some restriction about the lending policies, about the loan management. So the way they carry the funds is different. So that is why when they are applying 49, it would be different than 39, which is specifically how you're going to apply it in lieu of your financial statements and the principles that you apply there.
Thanks, Abdullah. Claudia.
I think it's not a problem of the standard, it's more a problem of communication. We have in Switzerland for more than, I don't know, if even I prepared 11 financial statements for the government. We have every year one page explaining why we have a different defined benefit obligation in the retired planner plan presentation, and why we have a different defined benefit obligation in the financial statements of the government. We have to explain it, and there are different concepts, and it's hard, I know, because it's not only this one page explanation in the financial statement in the report. I have to explain it every year in the parliament again. And it's not a topic what it's easy to understand, but other topics have more or less the same, and you have to acknowledge, and there is no solution because, as already Renee explained, there are different perspectives, and we have to make the best on it. And if we have difference then in the presentation, it's a question of presentation and explaining.
Thanks, Claudia. Dave.
I just want to echo what Claudia said, because I think if we can get the communication right, I think it solves our consolidation issue and our definitions issue. And maybe you can share this one pager, Claudia, because it sounds like what we need.
So I'm just looking at the additional drafting and seeing whether there's anything that sort of further clarification that comes in. Sorry, Liang, because I think that's the question. I mean, I don't think it changes the answer at all here. If you're not consolidating, then you're likely to have exactly the situation that Claudia's just alluded to, albeit that, as Renee says, you might end up with using the same discount rate, but otherwise you're going to end up in the situation just because that's how it is. Liang.
Yes, I just want to supplement a point, that is, who is the reporting entity? If we say the reporting entity is the retirement benefit scheme itself, then we apply IPSASB 49. If we say the reporting entity is the entity whose employee joins the retirement benefit plans, then we apply IPSASB 39 or other applicable standard. So I think in this way, maybe we can explain more clearly. Thank you.
Okay. So, again, I think we're in the position where we don't want to add a lot more words, because a lot more words will not help. So I think what I'm hearing is, I'm not hearing anybody arguing against the wording that we've got in there at the moment. I think there is just a question of taking a step back and seeing whether there is anything further or any edits that would actually clarify what the understanding of the board actually is to help the communication. But that should not include a lot of extra drafting, because that will not help us. So it's very much a forensic, is there anything that we can do with what we've got further, just to provide that more precision and get that over. Okay, so move us on to the next point then, Christoph.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you, members. It leaves us then with the last theme, which was covered in paper 4 through the responses to the ED. We have seen that there are needs for additional guidance as to what was included in the ED originally, not arguing against some of these principles, just additional guidance as well as additional disclosure, which I will get to shortly. But in this instance, on the guidance about measurement, why are we sticking to just using projected salaries only as opposed to the IAS 26, which allowed the option of current salaries as well? Are the amounts owed to participants a liability or is it equity? So that those principles, recognition and measurement, again, if we have a DC plan, what are the business model, etc. So bringing a little bit more flavor to DC plans in the standard, and then the board's decision on why we have not requested or required a statement of financial performance. As such, the drafting group and staff made recommendations to apply additional guidance in combination to amend AG 20 and 21 on the projected salaries used for the actuarial benefits or present value, to amend 18 on the recognition obligation of the obligation as a liability, and then to amend the BCs in support with the last BC 23, just the board's conclusion and a position regarding the statement of financial performance. So as a first part to paper 4, just want to leave it to members for either supporting or commenting on the recommendation.
Okay. Any concerns over the approach that's been taken on this one? Okay, I think that's good.
Thank you very much. The last point was the sorry, Mark. Mike.
So thank you. I'm not so sure whether that is the right place to comment on BC 23. Yes, so thank you very much. I agree that due to practical reasons.
Can you speak a bit closer to the microphone?
Yes, I will do. I agree that due to practical reasons that we are fine with leaving out the P&L, but I think BC 23 is very important in important wording to explain that. And I think the wording 23, we are stating that a retirement benefit plan is more interested in statement which shows and so on. I think we have to change the perspective. It's not the perspective where the benefit plan is interested in, it's really the perspective of the participants or the stakeholder of the retirement benefit plan interested in.
Thanks, Mike. That seems reasonable. So just need a slight edit to address that point. Noyati.
Just want to clarify whether the wordings to fair value measurement applied to the new fair value definition in IPSASB 49 measurement. And then we want to highlight that based on IAS 26, saying that when planned investment are held for which an estimate of fair value is not possible, disclosure shall be made of the reason why fair value is not used. Does it mean that it can be interpreted that the plan can be measured other than the fair value? This is on the IAS 26. Thank you.
Can I have you back from staff? I mean, in terms of fair value, now that we have IPSASB 46, that's our guidance on fair value. So we would not say fair value as in IPSASB 46, we would just say fair value, and IPSASB 46 gives you the answer on that. To your other point?
Yes, so it's a new point that you are raising. We have not seen those comments coming through on the ED itself, but we are as Ian said, we'll make sure that there is alignment to the fair value standard, and where fair value cannot be determined, we are saying in the standard that we follow the principles for the type of asset that we are dealing with. Because there are financial assets in such an investment portfolio, there can be non-financial assets as well. So we cannot be prescriptive in this standard as to how you would deal with individual type assets, rather find guidance in another standard.
Thanks, Christoph. And I think it's important to recollect that IS 26 is a very old standard, and what we're trying to do in developing IPSAS 49 is actually to address a lot of the choices and those sorts of things, and basically to bring it up to date. And it does help now that we do have IPSAS 46, which is consistent with IPSAS 41, new property, plant and equipment standard, and so on. So it does all tie it together now in a way that it didn't before. Okay, so I think with the exception of the piece of editorial responding to Mike's point, then we're content with these additional clarifications that we've got here. Okay.
Thank you, members. So the last point was just, and as part of the process to enhance certain user needs of the standard and how it currently presents on disclosure, we noted respondents' comments on specific disclosures that they would like to see in the standard, those relating to disclosures of expected future contributions. We have essentially, maybe just as a step back, we have essentially taken the IS 26 disclosures and we have brought them into 49. But since we are enhancing the standard, we saw it fit to have a look at these proposals. So the first one, as I mentioned, expected future contributions as a disclosure item. The disclosure on the fair value of planned assets, again, linking back to the earlier point of where does that fair value come from? So the whole fair value measurement principles and disclosures relating to that. And then the last one is commentary on disclosure regarding planned deficits. What do we do as a trustee, or if it's a formal plan or if it's informal, what commentary can we provide in that regard? So staff's recommendation was actually to go back to the Cortex with the drafting group's agreement to amend paragraph 22G in the Cortex that relates to, let me just make double sure, because I know the two are on opposite ends. 2G is the first one. Sorry, I'm just quickly browsing there. Okay, that's a bit small. Right. Yes, 22G, in terms of funding policy, i.e. what do we do with the funding differences, including any obligations to meet any actuarial determined shortfall in assets in a funded retirement benefit plan. So it's more than just a commentary on the funding policy, but specifically what do we do with deficits and how would those be treated? So commentary on that. The amendment to 22C specifically, we brought in the word plan assets, including disclosure per class of plan assets of the fair value measurement applied. So it's not just what is the fair value or the basis of the valuation, but rather disclosure as we would be finding in applicable IPSAS. So it's linking to those disclosure requirements, hence the Cortex adjustments there. And then lastly, to amend AG 32 to state that plan deficit scenarios, what would be appropriate commentary to also be provided on the funding of any deficits. So those are proposals and recommendations. I leave it to the board to discuss.
Thanks, Christoph. Sorry, just for clarification, I think it's actually 23 C and G in the markup.
I apologize. Yes, the markup would have moved some of the numbers on. I should have corrected the slides to support that.
Okay.
Apologies.
Just
yes, indeed.
So are there any concerns about the recommendations on that in terms of those additional bits of clarification in the core text and AG? Okay, I think we're fine with that.
Thank you. The last thing really just to mention is the next step. We are in the drafting phase. So as part of the drafting group, we will take members' comments, and thank you again very much for providing those that were offline as well. We will address these comments and we will consider them as part of the drafting group again, bring them to the check-in meeting, Ian, prior to September, and hopefully we will be in a good place at September to approve the standard for issue.
Okay, thanks. So just to clarify, what we need for the check-in is the changes accepted that the board has approved today. So what we're looking at in the check-in is only incremental changes arising as a result of member comments today. David, you're hovering.
Yes, thank you. I was just going to give a deadline. As we've got to prepare this for the check-in, if we could have any drafting comments by the end of June, please. So by the end of this month, which will give us time as a drafting group to consider them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think that was a useful session, and that moves us forward on a trajectory that we should be ready for approval at the September meeting. Okay, so then I think what we will do is we'll make a start on the next item, presentation of financial statements. Now I'm just looking at Clyde sitting in the back row and check with colleagues whether they're available at this stage. So how do you want to do it? Okay, so I think what I'm being told now is we'll take a break now because we've got Clyde McClellan who's chair of the Canadian Public Sector Accounting Board present, but he's also due to be joined by two colleagues online, and they're not online at the moment. So if we take our break for 20 minutes and then hopefully they will be around by then and we can move forward. So I don't want to put Clyde on the spot on that one. So I think with that, let's take a break now and come back at 10:02, please.
Hey, Antonella,
Hey, can you hear me and see me?
we can hear and see you.
Okay, perfect. Because it told me that I had to join using my browser
Yeah,
as opposed to the Zoom app because I don't have the most updated version.
yeah.
Did it work?
You want me to try the slide share just to make sure we're working?
Martha, do you want to share your slides?
Yeah.
Or do you want us to do it?
I would like to do it.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Okay.
Okay. let me just see if I can get it to work.
I'm hearing feedback. Can you hear the feedback?
Is that better? Come on. Can you see the slides? Can you see the slides?
I can see the slides.
Okay, here. Why isn't it? Control. Okay, let me just see if I can get it to go. Okay. Okay, so you can see, but now you can see the people, right? How's that? Is that good?
That's perfect, Martha.
Okay, I'll stop and let Ian and Clyde do it, and then I'll reshare.
And you'll control them for Clyde as well?
Correct. So Clyde will tell me when he wants me to move on.
Martha, I think it's just my computer, but after about 5 seconds, our conversation is repeating itself. Do you hear that, or is it just me?
I don't hear anything, but so.
Our conversation that just repeated just ended, Martha. So
oh no.
It's okay. Just this computer, but I will let you're on and everything now, and Antonella will come back on, and I think we're good.
Okay, good. Yeah, I can hear.
Martha, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Now we're moving into discussion of the new major project on presentation of financial statements. And it's a great pleasure to be able to welcome colleagues from the Public Sector Accounting Board in Canada. It's one of those very happy coincidences that we're starting a major project and they've just finished a major project. Therefore, it's very, we're really hoping that we can learn from the journey that you've been on. It's also great to be able to welcome the chair of PSAB, Clyde McClellan, here, and also to be able to welcome his colleagues online. But Clyde, I'll hand over to you for introductions.
Thank you very much, Ian. Good morning, everyone. It's very much a pleasure to be here with you today to share with you some of our insights into the development of our new reporting model or financial statement presentation standard. Participating with me online, as you can see, are PSAB's two associate directors, Martha Jones-Denning and Antonella Risi, both of whom have been with this project since its beginning. And it has been a very, very long journey. We won't mention just how long, but it has obviously been quite an undertaking to do this particular project. An interesting note of, trivia is I was at one point, prior to becoming chair, actually leading this task force. So this project is near and dear to my heart. So when I was with you in September in Portugal, I had shared with you some insights into the project and a little bit of where we were. I'm very happy to let you know that in March of this year, our board approved this project. So it is now finalized and all the elements of our new financial reporting standard are being moved into our handbook. And we'll begin the process of socializing all of that with interested and affected parties so that everything can go live. The effective date will be April 1st, 2026. For today, I think our focus is going to largely be on our key learnings. And we feel this is what would be most helpful to you. We thought before we started that, we should probably give you a bit of a high-level overview of the standard and what some of those particular elements are. So Martha, I'll ask you to switch slides. And before I turn it to my colleagues, I think it is a bit important to understand why we undertook this project. And what is it that led PSAB to decide to review its financial statement presentation standard? So you have a few points here that are on our slide, and I'll just speak to those very briefly. So firstly, interested and affected parties that use the standards that we developed really asked us to review our reporting model to ensure that it is reflective and grounded in the public sector. And that's all the perspectives of the public sector. So this might sort of indicate what you would think we would kind of have a good handle on this, but perhaps what's relevant is a bit of history that in the 40 years that the Public Sector Accounting Board of Canada has been operating, the number of entities using our standards has grown exponentially. In the very early years, the adopters of public sector accounting standards in Canada were the federal government, then the provincial governments. Those were really sort of the founders, if you were, I guess, or lead users of those particular standards. And since that time, we now have municipalities. We have government not-for-profit organizations, so not-for-profits that are controlled by governments. We have a number of other entities that don't fit nicely into certain categories. And more importantly, we now have all the First Nations in Canada following our public sector accounting standards. So just to give the scope of scale, that kind of starts with a group of approximately, let's say, a little over a dozen. So the feds and the 10 provinces and number of territories, to well over around 600 to 700 types of entities, even more. So you've just had an exponential growth, and obviously each of those user groups have unique perspectives on how they engage with their the individuals to whom they're accountable vis-a-vis the financial statement. So it sort of became time to take a look at how our financial reporting standards were reflecting the needs of all users of the public sector financial statements. Second, as you're well aware, it is good to take a look at some foundational pieces of standards, your financial statement reporting framework. We also did a conceptual framework update at the same time, which is probably part of the reason it took the time it did. It was a pretty massive undertaking to do both of them. And we wanted to make sure that our financial statement standard was aligned with the changes we were making in our conceptual framework. And also a number of interested and affected parties had kind of asked us to really take a look at the way in which future standards, as they were being developed, are reflective of the conceptual framework. So there had been some questions in the early start of this particular project about do new standards and some of the challenges that are being reflected in those consistent with the conceptual framework, which kind of started a cycle. Well, maybe we should look at the conceptual framework to see that it's reflective of new and evolving transactions. And then you get in this kind of cycle of starting to look at a lot of different things. And finally, our objective was to improve understandability, particularly from the perspective of the users of these financial statements, and that varied breadth of users you can start to imagine as we started to increase the number of parties applying the standards. So also the transactions, as I mentioned, had become a lot more complex since that time. And so all of these particular factors were driving us to take a look at what we were having in our conceptual framework and how that was reflected in our financial reporting standard. So with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to Martha and Antonella to walk you through a little bit more in detail, including some references, I think, to the handout that you have, that we have provided, get into some of the lessons that have been learned, and then we'll be happy to take questions. So Martha, Antonella, over to you.
Thank you, Clyde. And good morning, everyone. It is an honor for me to present to you part of PSAB's new reporting model. So what are the key features of PSAB's new reporting model? For those in the room, as Clyde noted, we have provided a one-page visual, a snapshot of what the new financial statements would look like. Some of these will be very familiar to you. PSAB has a statement of operations that accounts for the surplus or deficit of the period. The purpose of this statement is equivalent to your statement of financial performance. PSAB introduced a new statement of changes in net assets or net liabilities that shows a reconciliation of three components of net assets or net liabilities. And the purpose of this statement is equivalent to your statement of changes in net assets equity. The look is a little different. PSAB revised the statement of cash flow to highlight cash needed for financing. This presentation highlights one aspect of an entity's sustainability, and this reporting was important to many of the respondents to our documents for comment. You will also note one further difference from the IPSASB statement of cash flow is a capital category. PSAB created this category in the former reporting model to highlight the key role capital investment plays in delivering public services. So this is an existing difference retained in the new reporting model in Canada. The actual to budget comparison is a key accountability feature of the Canadian reporting model. It closes the accountability circle. PSAB amended the budget requirements to allow the presentation of approved amended budgets, but only in certain circumstances, when the governance of an entity has changed and that new governance approves a new budget. And finally, PSAB has amended the statement of financial position. PSAB decided to relocate the net financial assets or net financial liabilities indicator, currently being referred to as the net debt indicator, to its own statement. The IPSASB reporting model doesn't include this indicator, but the indicator has its history in the first Canadian public sector reporting model, and it is an affordability measure that many governments use in establishing a fiscal anchor, such as net debt to gross domestic product. This indicator is calculated as the difference between financial assets and financial liabilities. It provides information about future resources required to settle past commitments and obligations. The extent of an entity's net financial liabilities and its financial ability to service liabilities are important factors in assessing its financial sustainability. So PSAB dedicated a separate statement to this particular indicator. This allowed the statement of financial position to have similar components as those of other standard setters, including those of the IPSASB, in that it has assets, liabilities, and then your net assets. This also allowed PSAB to refresh the calculation of the indicator so that it retained its original meaning. To do this, PSAB introduced two categories of liabilities: financial and non-financial. PSAB recognized that new complex liabilities have been introduced, such as those in private-public partnership arrangements, and users told PSAB that certain liabilities were being included in that calculation that shouldn't, that it distorted its meaning. For example, liabilities related to deferred capital contributions were being included in the net debt indicator, but people or users told us it shouldn't be included because they don't signify future resource requirements. So introducing the two classification of liabilities allowed non-financial liabilities to be excluded from the indicator and the calculation, returning the indicator to its original meaning. And it also allowed for the presentation of liabilities to be consistent with how assets are presented. Lastly, a new component of net assets or net liabilities was introduced: accumulated other. The first two components that you see on the slide are very similar to what the IPSASB has. That is, an accumulation of surpluses or deficits and reserves to capture, for example, certain fair value remeasurements. The accumulated other component would be used to recognize a revenue or expense outside of that period's surplus or deficit to better reflect the economic substance of that transaction and improve the accountability value of the financial statements. Currently, PSAB has not designated any transactions to be recognized in this component. But nonetheless, PSAB realized that it needed to introduce this component for a few reasons. First, it needed to be responsive to various user needs. Respondents indicated to PSAB that in the future, they would like the ability to recognize endowments and natural resources that have not been purchased. This component allows PSAB to have a third option to consider for the initial recognition of these items, aside from the liability and revenue options that are currently available in the reporting model. Secondly, the accumulated other component allows the reporting model to be sustainable as it gives PSAB the flexibility to account for the economic substance of future issues. Mr. Chair, that's in a nutshell our PSAB's new reporting model. Perhaps we could pause at this time to see if any members have any questions on the main features of the reporting model before we get into the lessons learned over the course of the project.
That's great. Try again. Right, that's better. So Antonella, thank you very much. That's very clear and very helpful. As you suggested, just open up and see whether there are any questions from board members at this stage. Scott, to you first.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. You now got 5 statements. Okay, so could you said one of the main drivers of this was user reaction. So could you may get it to it later if you are, that's fine. But what was the overall reaction to users who are looking for 5 statements versus the 3 traditional ones or whatever else? What's the reaction generally to that you call? I'm assuming you user tested this.
So at a very high level, I'm going to categorize, I guess, 2 types of reactions. So the first, very positive from many of the newer groups that have become part of PSAB's interested and affected parties. So when I gave you sort of the expansion, many of those in those groups felt a disconnect on certain measures that were integral to PSAB's old reporting framework. So you heard talk about a net debt. So often in Canada, we would say that we had a net debt model, which you don't see in here, but essentially what we used to do is we used to take financial assets, financial liabilities, net them, come up net debt right on the face of the statement, then show the non-financial assets and calculate through. And if you start to sort of appreciate where all these other groups would be standing, many of them were getting deferred type of funding sources from either from, I guess, donors from other governments. And so you would have this huge net debt balance, which really wasn't all that relevant to them. Many of the individuals who sat on the boards or other oversight bodies of these organizations had quite a familiar background with private sector financial statements. So in their head, when they looked at a balance sheet, and you could say, very much in terms of what you have yourselves, they saw assets, liabilities, and a net number and could not understand why we would have all this other clutter. So in that regard, they all welcomed any types of changes that would be taking place in that. I would say, and I think it's fair to say, that those who had grown up with the existing model were quite comfortable with it, a little reluctant to make changes. And so hence we made, some optionality, as you see in here, to allow them to continue some of those measures, to highlight some of those measures. And that's one of the reasons we kept the statement of net financial assets, net financial liabilities is that was an integral part to the federal provincial frameworks, where I think, gross domestic product measures would become quite integral in terms of the story that they're telling. But over the duration of getting feedback, and what you don't see here is we tried a lot of different options of this. So when you talk, Scott, about field testing, over that period of time, I think threw out at least 2 different options before landing here. And this is where we got the growing consensus, somewhat as, of ruling out the other options. I don't want to get into all of those, but I think at a high enough level, and I'll wait, pause for my colleagues if they have any other input, that's, I think, how the reaction has been. And I think, we hear anecdotally that people are looking forward to this. We've given enough of a transition period for people to educate their oversight bodies, to get engaged into talking what the changes would be. And you'll hear in the lessons, I'm getting ahead now, you'll hear in the lessons learned that that's kind of integral as well to making this work.
I'll just go around the table. So go to Claudia next, and then Mari, and then Thomas.
Thank you. Okay. What was it, Mary first?
Oh, I said I'll go to Claudia, then Mari, then
okay.
Thomas. I was just indicating the future order.
I was just confused, sorry. Thank you very much, Clyde, and your team for the presentation. I have just 2 questions regarding clarification. Did I get it right that the budget is prepared on an accrual basis in Canada? Because you compare it with accrual-based actuals. The second question is is there a key performance indicator required for each public sector, or if it's to the public sector entity by its own in their taxpayers or whatever, what are their key performance indicators? And the third question, is there any linkage between the net debt definition you have designed now to the GFF net debt presentation?
Why don't I let my colleagues start with the first question, which is how the budget's prepared, because that's a relatively complex question and answer, and it's going to vary quite a bit in terms of our user base. So maybe I'll let Martha or Antonella start with that, and then we'll proceed with your other questions.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So I can start it off, and Martha, feel free to add in. So Claude is completely correct. It's complex how entities prepare their budgets. And I think it's important to note that PSAP does not have jurisdiction or cannot mandate how budgets are prepared. What we do, or what PSAP does do in its financial statement presentation standard, is say that the budget that is presented on the face of the financial statements has to be on the same basis. So for example, it has to be on the accrual basis, because it has to be comparable to the actual amounts in an attempt to have a like-to-like comparison, or an apple or an oranges to oranges comparison. So all that to say is that from a presentation perspective, PSAP says that the budget presented on the financial statements has to be on accrual basis.
And,
I don't know if you want to add.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, maybe to respond to the question of whether all Canadian public sector entities budget on accrual basis. No, they do not. And so what our standards allow for is a reconciliation between what they actually have in the budget and moving it, as Antonella said, to the same basis, same reporting entity, same classifications as required for the financial statements, in order to provide that apples to apples comparison for users to understand that this is what we promised and this is what actually happened. Some of those reconciliations can be complex depending on how far away from the accrual basis they budget. So the standards allow for that reconciliation to happen, but if it's going to be shown on the face of the statement of operations, it has to be using the same accounting basis, same reporting entity, same classifications, et cetera, as used for the financial statements.
So you'll end up having, in some cases, note disclosures, so showing a reconciliation from whatever the basis is that the budget's prepared to what is the same basis, accrual basis, for the financial statements. And that was a huge conversation, because obviously from an auditor's perspective, that can be challenging perhaps to audit a note of that nature. But weighing a fundamental message. So this links a little bit into your next question on KPIs. A fundamental message to us when we started this project is budget to actual is the primary performance indicator for public sector entities. You've got to keep that notion alive in your conceptual framework and in your financial reporting standard. So that was almost sacrosanct from the beginning, that we were not going to abandon that. So when you talk about KPIs that are reflected in our standards, although not actually sort of described that way, you will have surplus deficit as one key performance metric, budget to actual, and the net asset position, I would say, are the primary KPIs that get reflected in our financial reporting standard, although you wouldn't read in the standard it expressed exactly that way. So you can infer what, and this to a little bit is kind of what's in our domain, what it's kind of in someone else's domain, right? In terms of the budget issue. Please do keep in mind that much like yourselves, we have statements of recommended practice where we encourage a financial statement discussion and analysis to be prepared by all reporting entities, and in there to identify some of their own sort of KPIs that might be over and above what ours are, or to take on board other things like surplus deficit or accumulated surplus deficit percentage of GDP. All of those types of issues can be encouraged to be dealt with through there, but we didn't really go much beyond that. And we also have another statement of recommended practice on key financial indicators, which gets a little bit back to that. So we relied a little bit on some guidance or suggested practice to take that evolution. Now, as to the last question, what's the alignment exactly between our net financial assets and liabilities definition vis-a-vis, what might be in the GFS reports? We didn't, now I'll turn to my colleagues, we didn't spend a lot of time looking to seek full alignment. So I will acknowledge they may not be fully aligned. What we wanted to do was get ourselves back to the sort of normal concept of net debt, financial assets, financial liabilities that are going to be settled through cash resources. And what was happening in our measure is there were a number of particularly liabilities starting to creep in, because we had no separation, starting to creep in that had no likelihood of being settled with financial assets or resources. Those were likely types of things, and that might be funding arrangements that were settled to the use of non-financial assets, for example, as opposed to being settled in cash terms. So when we say we wanted to return back, we wanted to get back to this, the simplest notion of what a net debt indicator should be reflecting, and remove from that what we felt was noise that we were hearing from our individual interest in affected parties.
Yeah. Thanks, Clyde. And if you look at, the dashboard in terms of IPSAS GFS, one of the things that they don't have and are not planning to take on board, unfortunately, is the expected credit loss model. So that's a significant difference in certain cases where you've had significant changes in debt rescheduling and things like that. So, yeah. Mary and then Thomas.
I'm so sorry, I'm in haste. And so thank you so much your presentation. And as you know, we Japan has so huge, extremely huge burden of debt. And so this financial statement package brings so many implications for us. And my first question is as similar as Claudia's first question. And so we in Japan, we prepared accrual-based financial information. However, it is not made used of, and our public finance system is first fixed as a cash-based budgeting system. And so every financial information, including the budget information and the accrual-based financial information, is so fragmented and so not easily to be used. And my question about the question is about the statement cash flow. And cash flow, new requirements and the net cash flow provided by operating capital and investment transactions, net cash before finance transactions. It is so interesting and so important information. And so this statement cash flows importance of the new requirements have how it impacts the public financial management. What impact on the public financial management. It is my question. And so the second is statement of financial position. And this is, you mentioned about the net debt model. And so it is so interesting. However, the financial asset, non-financial asset, and financial liabilities, non-financial liabilities, and the net asset, it is so important, significant information, and in addition to that, accumulated other is so important. However, the financial and non-financial asset and liability, in addition to that, maybe the asset formulation and the asset information and especially the infrastructure information is so important. And so how these linkage between the fixed asset, tangible asset, and the infrastructure information and the financial information. And third my question is how to make use of this financial statement package information. It is important for us in Japanese scene. We have to set the fiscal framework and the target of the debt management. And so how to link the fiscal framework to these financial statements package. Thank you.
So Martha, Antonella, maybe you can speak just a little briefly to the evolution of the statement of cash flow. And what's interesting about this question is I would have to think much like yourselves. I think work on the statement of cash flows is a bit of a work in progress. So you'll hear from them a little bit about, I guess, some small change, about a suggestion that we think as a board about a further review. So perhaps I'll start there and then we'll come back to the questions I think in terms of how we kind of link all of this to some critical, I guess, performance type measures and conversations. So Martha, Antonella?
Absolutely. So our existing model, before this new one was approved, had an additional capital category that Antonella mentioned earlier. And one of the reasons why we wanted flows related to capital highlighted in the cash flow statement rather than being part of investing was how important capital is for delivering services in the public sector. So the previous model and board made that decision that they wanted to highlight the capital. And there's some other capital spending versus budget disclosures that we also require in the old and in the new model to get at that capital aspect and how important it is in delivering services in the public sector. The new aspect that you mentioned in your question, which is isolating all of the cash flows before financing, was a sustainability addition to the cash flow statement. And there's no arguably, it's just a rearrangement of the statement because we haven't added a new category. But what we've done is we've said opening cash plus all other cash flows in and out in the investing and operating category for the year. You come to a total before financing. And the idea is to highlight that after considering all the other cash flows of the year and the opening balance, is there a need for financing activities to get cash inflows? And so part of the input that we got in the beginning of this project was how important sustainability, financial sustainability, was to our interested and affected parties and the users of the statements. And so when we had the opportunity to tweak the model to provide more of that financial sustainability information, we did so. And this was one of those. Antonella, did you want to add anything?
Yes, if I may. And so to the point that the member has made, we found that isolating financing transactions helps in the management of debt of a public sector entity, because it highlights very clear for you, this is how much cash is being used or is being received for financing transactions. So for the public sector entities in Canada, this was also very important in order to manage debt.
All right, so I know we're tight on time. I'll try to very quickly deal with the other two questions. Suffice to say that the fiscal framework anchors, particularly in Canadian context, for federal and provincial governments, where this conversation becomes far more relevant, are focused very much on net debt or net financial assets liabilities, and the correlation of that to GDP. So what we have done is provided independent information related to the measure of the net financial assets number, and then rely on other government reports to balance that in relation to GDP, for example, to establish a sustainable fiscal framework. And we have just sort of carved out our niche, which is the measure of that one particular number. And that's usually how things get linked between other government budget documents, for example, and the end financial statements. And the fact that the budget has to eventually get reconciled on an accrual basis also allows there to be a nice sort of linkage between the fiscal framework conversations at budget time and what the end financial reports are.
Thanks for that, Thomas. Short question, because we do need to move on into the second segment of the presentation, and I also want to make sure that the board has got time to discuss the papers. So, Thomas.
Yeah, very short and a small question with a huge impact. Which is regarding the accumulated other component in the net assets, net liability structure. Does that component introduce the concept of deferred income? So in other terms, if an entity receives a multi-year grant, 50% for the reporting period and 50% for the future period, does that flow to 50% into the accumulated other?
So now we're into very specific types of questions. So it is not. So first and foremost, this framework remains an asset liability model. So very much to the question of, do you allow deferral accounting? The answer is no. What we do recognize, and I think very similar to what you have identified in your own work, is that life is never quite that precisely simple. And you may have situations in where you encounter certain transactions that the immediate recognition thereof in surplus or deficit may not lead to fair presentation, may not lead to a number of different issues. So we have recognized that there may be circumstances, much like remeasurement gains and losses arising from the revaluation of financial assets, for example, that ought not to flow through surplus or deficit in the initial period, but at another period. So as you can tell from this model, that's kind of the key to allow that to take place at future conversations. But simply on the question of transfers accounting or grant, whatever terminology you want to put around the accounting for funding sources tied to different events, that must pass the threshold of a liability to be recognized as such under our standards. So you kind of have to link this very much to other standard guidance, much like you're dealing with in terms of your own revenue standards, et cetera. So I'm getting off track from a simple answer, but no, that scenario you described is not what we intend for this to be.
Great. Okay. So I suggest we head back into the second half of the presentation now. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the wonderful questions and interest and comments on our reporting model. So let's look at the key learnings from the project. The first key learning is to understand user needs. And this may not be an easy task, as there are many types of users in the public sector, and each type of user may have different needs. Nonetheless, understanding user needs helps to identify the objective of the project. And IPSASB's conceptual framework already provides the foundation for understanding user needs, so this would be a good starting point. For us, from a PSAB perspective, we held consultations and to understand user needs, and interested and affected parties told us a few different things. First, they told us that having two bottom lines on the statement of operations was not understandable and added to confusion as to what the real surplus or deficit is. They also told us that financial position should be described only in terms of elements that the public understands. And lastly, they also told us that financial statements should provide transparent information so it can be used to hold public sector entities accountable. So understanding user needs led PSAB to identify a clear objective of the project. And so for PSAB, this objective was to develop a reporting model for the Canadian public sector that would best demonstrate accountability and transparency for the user in an understandable way. So throughout the project, this objective acted as a guiding light or anchor in determining the best way forward for the Canadian public sector. So for example, when we were stuck on a solution, we asked ourselves which alternative would allow for improved accountability, transparency, and understandability. This also served as a basis for explaining our conclusions. To us, based on our understanding of user needs, developing a requirement that improved accountability, transparency, and understandability was acting in the public interest. And so this was our second learning, have a clear why or objective. The third learning is that changing the way the financial statements look is a big deal. It will have a significant impact on all users. So Scott, to your point before, how is the apprehension of our users? So for this reason, and as Clyde noted, we decided to consult with our interested and affected parties more than was required in our due process. And our due process is very similar to yours. As a result, PSAB issued multiple documents for comment before finalizing the financial statement presentation standard. Not only did we decide to consult more deeply, but PSAB also thought it was important to ensure that it reached out to as many users as possible. And so as a result, staff undertook significant outreach efforts targeting various users, including academics, all types of governments, organizations supporting public accounts committees that review the financial statements, tax associations, think tanks, indigenous peoples, auditors, preparers, rating agencies, and post-secondary education students. It was important to PSAB to hear from a variety of users, and as a result of this work, PSAB received a significant amount of feedback. Never in the history of PSAB did the board receive this much feedback. Our fourth learning is to illustrate what the changes look like. We quickly realized that it wasn't sufficient to document the justification of the changes. It was equally important to illustrate the changes for different types of public sector entities. So our new financial statement presentation standard has 5 sets of illustrated financial statements, one for Indigenous governments, one for federal, provincial, territorial governments, one for local governments, one for post-secondary education institutions, and one for healthcare organizations. All of these public sector entities have their unique aspects, and being able to show what the financial statements would look like for each type of public sector entity went a long way to helping users better understand the changes being made and their merits. Now, it's important to note that these different illustrations do not represent differential or customized reporting. Each set merely includes financial statement line items that these entities recognize from their own operations. I will now turn it over to Martha to take you through the remainder of the learnings.
Give me a minute to get the slide to go. There we are. The fifth learning was a crucial one for PSAB. The board learned it should develop a reporting model that will be a benchmark from which the board could differentiate in the future to allow for possible future customized reporting for certain types of public sector entities. Some respondents to PSAB's document for comment suggested customizations be included in the reporting model standard itself. For example, that a specific type of public sector entity could retain the former structure of the statement of financial position that Clyde referenced earlier, focused on net debt. This indirectly implies that other public sector entities would have a different statement of financial position. PSAB received other suggestions for incorporating differential or customized presentations. PSAB concluded that through its financial statement presentation project, it should only create a reporting model that should be used as a benchmark. The question of customized financial statement presentation for different types of public sector entities is outside of the project scope. Once a benchmark reporting model is established, then the question of differentiating from it, that is the differential or customized presentation, can be researched. It's not an easy question to answer. It really deserves its own dedicated project. It is something that is referenced in PSAB's current strategic plan. But several times PSAB had to hold the line and reemphasize its benchmark approach. And this then leads to another related learning: watch for scope creep. When you're doing conceptual framework and reporting model, everybody wants you to use it to fix everything. PSAB found it very easy to increase the scope of the project to deal with some issues that arose through the feedback received. For those issues, it made sense to incorporate them within the scope of the project, and so we did. An example is some options, which I'll talk about in a moment. But for others, like customized reporting, which I just mentioned, it made sense to defer them for consideration in a possible future project. And still others were standards level issues, so specific financial statement item or transaction questions, and the reporting model wasn't the right place to address those. The next learning is in relation to striking a balance between providing optionality while still providing for comparability of financial information between similar entities. And by options, I mean additional information that can be added, not differential or customized reporting. So a few respondents noted that they'd like PSAB to just allow entities to be, use the financial statement presentation package more flexibly. Some wanted PSAB to give preparers the option to present the net financial assets or net financial liabilities indicator, formerly known as net debt, on the statement of financial position as they currently do, rather than on a separate statement. And given that this was the federal, provincial, and territorial governments, and they're an important group, the PSAB thought a lot about the suggestion. But one of the main concerns was reducing comparability. And just to note, there wasn't one consistent position across the federal, provincial, and territorial governments with respect to that indicator. So PSAB decided that if an entity also wishes to present the net financial assets or net financial liabilities indicator on the statement of financial positions, it could do so, but PSAB specified where and how it could be presented on the statement of financial position, essentially at the bottom. And it also required that the indicator still be presented on its own statement. So this allowed PSAB to strike a balance between providing some optionality and requiring comparable financial information between entities. And note that this optionality only allowed additional information. As I said, it isn't customized reporting. Another learning for PSAB was to maintain consistency with the conceptual framework as much as possible. The conceptual framework doesn't override standards, the board recognizes that. But for PSAB's interested and affected parties, the conceptual framework sets the foundation for GAP. And with some of PSAB's suggested amendments, responded, asked PSAB, are you sure this is consistent with the conceptual framework? And PSAB made sure it looked at it and made sure it was consistent. So PSAB recognized the importance of demonstrating consistency with its conceptual framework. And it also recognized the importance of explaining and justifying any deviations from the conceptual framework. And this is a requirement that goes on into the future should there ever be deviations from the framework recommended in the standards. We understand you will also be looking at consistency with conceptual framework, but also have IFRS and GFS as touchstones in your project. So you may not have the same emphasis on consistency with the conceptual framework as the driving force in your review of IPSAS 1. The next learning is to build on your current reporting model where possible. Starting with a blank page adds time to market and requires more resources. Building on the existing model, if appropriate, allows the board to determine what needs to be improved and what doesn't need to be fixed. For example, PSAB looked at the work done by various standard setters in determining what it should do for its reporting model. And a few standard setters have suggested ways to amend the statement of operation, the statement of financial performance. PSAB considered amending the statement, but decided against it. It realized that PSAB's interested and affected parties were pretty happy with how the surplus or deficit indicator was being presented. What they did have issues with was what was being included or excluded from the indicator. And so PSAB addressed this issue. Building on the current reporting model also creates a situation where the changes don't feel as overwhelming to users. So there's a bridge between the existing and new reporting model. Our next learning was to provide guidance for anything that was really new in the form of decision trees, illustrations, and application guidance. We've done that in particular for the new split between financial and non-financial liabilities that Antonella mentioned earlier. It helps users better understand the requirements, and I know this is something that IPSASB does as well, and it gives them a bridge. It means they don't feel like they're on their own in trying to interpret the new requirements. In reviewing the conceptual framework and reporting model, PSAB concluded it should be seen as being responsive and responsible. And this is an approach the IPSASB has done well, and a previous IPSASB member from Canada and former chair of PSAB, Rod Bennett, was a big proponent of being responsive and acting responsibility when responding. In reviewing the feedback to its documents for comment, it was important for PSAB to demonstrate how it was being responsive to the feedback received, while at the same time being responsible and ensuring that any additional amendments made as a result of the feedback didn't have unintended consequences. And so you'll find it's quite a comprehensive basis for conclusion, where we considered the feedback and sometimes acted on it and sometimes did not. The very last learning we can provide is that the reporting model needs to be sustainable into the future. The board didn't want to be in a position that required it to amend it in just a few short years. And it's for this reason that PSAB introduced the accumulated other component of net assets or net liabilities discussed a few slides ago. It allows PSAB to deal with issues that may arise in the future. For example, the initial recognition of heritage resources and natural capital that have not been purchased. The reporting model also allows PSAB to respond to users' needs as they arise and transparently reflect the economic substance of unique transactions or other events, some of which we may not have even contemplated yet. This should lead to improved accountability information presented in financial statements, and it allows the reporting model to be sustainable into the future. Before we end our presentation today, we believe it's important to note what was achieved in PSAB's concepts underlying financial performance project. Some of these accomplishments include remediating relationships with interested and affected parties, which had been affected by debates on controversial issues in standard level projects on financial instruments and government transfers. Those projects are two of the ones that prompted PSAB to look at its conceptual framework and reporting model. This remediation of relationships and was achieved through the 3 task force consultation papers that were issued between 2011 and 2015. And this extended consultation with interested and affected parties took the first 4 years of the project and allowed PSAB to fully hear from those affected by its standards on the foundations of financial reporting, as well as the accountabilities they felt should be demonstrated in financial statements. So this was a Canadian-specific issue that you probably will not have to grapple with in your project, but it was an achievement for us. PSAB also modernized its conceptual framework and reporting model to ensure they're future ready and provide the board with tools to set standards for appropriately recognizing, measuring, and presenting, for accountability purposes, the economic substances of new emerging and complex transactions. Sorry, I'm a little behind there, my apologies. PSAB also updated most public sector accounting standards, so throughout the whole PSA handbook, in order to make sure the whole handbook was internally consistent and integrated with the new conceptual framework and reporting model. This was achieved through identifying extensive consequential amendments for the whole PSA handbook arising from both the conceptual framework and reporting model. So two big sets of consequential amendments. PSAB, as Claude mentioned, completed its review of the conceptual framework and reporting model together. Nobody else has done this at the same time, but we did it this way to ensure consistency between the conceptual framework and reporting model, and to ensure that our users understood the implications of the concepts for the financial statement reporting, and that they were illustrated in the new reporting model. And this was a key ask from PSAB's interested and affected parties. Now, we understand you have to consider GFS and IFRS and not just conceptual framework. I will say the more sources referenced, the greater complexity in the project, and potentially the more time it takes. We learned this because throughout the project, PSAB had to consider the implications of and reporting needs for the other ongoing projects on its technical agenda. Because remember, we were going to do all those consequential amendments. So we had to make sure the model included some of the considerations in its ongoing projects. And you may have to do the same as part of your project. And Claudia, I'm going to mention how long it takes. Throughout the 12-year project, PSAB also had to consider developments in conceptual frameworks and reporting models globally to ensure the model issued was up to date with current accounting theory and suitable to present current and future accounting items and transactions and financial statements. And a lot can change in 12 years, even in standard setting, which takes a long time. So this too will likely be something that the IPSASB will have to consider over the course of its project. Finally, and not to minimize it by having it at the end, but PSAB has started the process of decolonizing the public sector accounting handbook. And what I mean by that is removing certain colonial references and being inclusive and considerate of Indigenous governments and the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. We understand that Indigenous peoples exist internationally, but this is a Canadian-specific issue, enacted to be inclusive of Indigenous governments who use our standards, and to reference Indigenous peoples respectfully. So, for example, the term inherited is no longer used in reference to lands and other natural resources that were not purchased. References to stakeholders have been removed, as Indigenous peoples see themselves as rights holders, not merely parties with a stake in an outcome. So the phrase interested and affected parties is used instead, as you will have noted throughout our presentation. A further review to identify any additional items for reconsideration will be accomplished through PSAB's annual improvements process. So, Mr. Chair, that takes us to the end of our presentation, and we'd like to turn it back to you for any further questions from IPSASB members on the learnings we just noted.
Thank you very much, Martha. I think those learnings are extremely helpful for us. And I think as we're engaged in the process of developing the project brief, so we go into this with our eyes open, I think actually, I think we can use your learnings as a checklist, actually, I think in how we respond and how we think about this project. So I think that is really, really helpful. I'm going to suggest now, given time, that we actually move into the discussion of the IPSASB papers, because I want to actually start to get some shape into the way we're thinking about it. But what I'm hoping is that, Clyde, I don't know if you're staying around with us over lunch. So what I would encourage board members to do is to actually take advantage of Clyde being here and the fact that you've lived this as a project, And also, I think if there are, if there is anything that, board members want to follow up on, I'm sure that, Dave and the team can actually put board members in touch with either Antonella or Martha. But thank you both very much. I'm hugely admire the fact that you've stuck with this for so long and done it so thoroughly. And it's great to have this as a learning going and so directly applicable going into our project. So thank you very much both. Okay. And thank you very much, Clyde.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, both. So with that, I'm going to ask Joao if you can come forward, and then we'll move into the discussion of the initial papers that you've presented for board consideration.
Yes, thank you. Before starting from the staff perspective, we'd like also to express a big thank you to Clyde, Antonella, and Martha for making this presentation. So this is our starting point of a very hopefully intense collaboration with IPSASB to help us also guide our project and learn from them. And a big thank you from our end. So with this, we are now in agenda item 13, presentation of financial statements. So staff brings 3 papers to the board to discuss several items related to the project brief. And the first one is about the project objective. So as we all know, IPSASB was issued more than 20 years ago, and in 2006 was revised. But since 2007, IPSASB is no longer fully aligned with its counterpart standard, which is IS1, because the ISB made big changes in 2007 and has been making more changes since then. So, and at that time, basically, we can say that it's really so misaligned that some of the changes that they have been doing, we have not even been able to incorporate through the improvements projects. So, and also since 2006, there was also the IPSASB's publication of the IPSASB's conceptual framework, which has relevant chapters that are important for a presentation of financial statements. And of course, there is a need to make a review of that in this project. So the IFRS alignment, as Martha has said, of course, is a big topic with this board. We have a policy paper. We already discussed that earlier in this meeting. So all those changes will need to be also considered by this board. And I want to highlight that there is an ongoing project from the ISB that will will issue a new standard that will supersede IS1. So that is expected to be finalized hopefully until the end of next year. And of course, we'll also need to consider that in this. We also have the GFS alignment policy paper. That is the issuance of the GFSM 2014. So once again, after the last big revision of our IPSASB. And of course, we have also users' needs that is part of the IPSASB conceptual framework, but staff brought here as a separate one because it is quite important to understand how these users' needs may impact on the presentation of financial statements. So this introduction is just to highlight to the board that all these blocks, it's about communication of information in the financial statements. And that's why staff was proposing to bring to this board the objective of enhance how information is communicated in the financial statements. But after the issuance of posting of the papers, staff received some feedback about this objective, and there was also concern because what the project intends to address is not only the how, but also the what and the where. And so to avoid this, wordsmithing and confusion, staff received a good suggestion from Scott, which now is staff's recommendation: enhance communication of information in the financial statements. And with this, I'll open the floor to the board to consider this revised recommendation.
Okay, so in terms of taking comments, I'm not opening for wordsmithing further, although I think we're grateful to Scott for actually coming up with that tighter formulation. I think the question is, in looking at that, is there anything, if you like, missing, in that high level objective, or are we okay with that as a working approach? Lucy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Joao, for the presentation, and thank you, Scott, for your suggestion. I would just like to make some suggestions on the recommendation of Scott. So maybe we can say that enhanced communication of financial information in the general purpose financial statements to be consistent with the existing objective also. IPSAS one, that we clarify that the financial statements are general purpose financial statements. Thank you. And that what we are really communicating primarily are the financial information. Thank you.
I think we need to be careful about that at this stage, Lucy, actually, because we're entering the environment where potentially there's a lot of other information. So I think if we can keep it general at the moment, and let's see where we get to, because we are focusing on financial statements there. So I'd suggest we just keep it broad. I'd just like to emphasize, I'm not looking for wordsmithing here. I'm looking for something, is there something missing? So Todd, to you, and then to Claudia.
Thanks, Ian. It's not wordsmithing, but I wonder whether we need to be clear that it's the primary financial statements, because when I think of financial statements, you could actually have this project going across every single one of our standards, because we set standards for financial statements. So I think this is narrowed down to the primary financial statements, which is more the IPSAS one.
Okay, Claudia. Oh, Ross, sorry, can I just take you first?
I was just going to say this was added to the work program to update IPSAS 1, so I would just preface it with IPSAS 1 personally, same as what Todd's saying. Yeah.
Claudia.
Thank you. Wouldn't be helpful to add what we want to achieve with the enhancing communication for maybe better accountability or decision making? Otherwise, it's enhanced communication, it's leave open what it's really the aim.
Thanks, Claudia. And that obviously links in with the conceptual framework, and probably also the point that was made about why and the learnings from IPSASB. So I think we've got those two proposals there. So if staff can take that away and just work on that, but I think if we link it in with the conceptual framework, I think that's really helpful. And then we just have that point about whether we refer to the primary financial statements. Okay, move us on to the next item.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. Thanks to the board for the suggestions. So staff will action them. So the second agenda item, it's about a scope and the final output. So going into what in line what Todd had raised. So what staff is recommending is to put in a scope in the these 4 financial statements that are in IPSAS 1. So from the staff perspective, we are not excluding the possibility of having others through the development of the project. So this is the starting point. It's not necessarily the ending point. And therefore the objective and related to the objective is only what we want to address is the ones that are in IPSAS 1, which are these 4. Although IPSAS 1 also talks about other financial statements, and now staff will explain some scoping out of some of those financial statements that are addressed also in IPSAS 1. So IPSAS 1 also talks about cash flow statements, but we also have a separate IPSAS that specifically address that statement. Staff is proposing to scope out that one for now, because we want only to address, how to say, these to amend and to issue a new IPSAS that will replace IPSAS 1. So staff is aware that there were many changes to IPSAS 2, but staff hopes to make kind of a catch-up through consequential amendments to IPSAS 2 as part of this project. So the objective is not to rethink the principles under which IPSAS 2 is to be addressed, but to be developed, but to catch up with the necessary amendments that ISB also made over the last years. And regarding IPSAS 22 and IPSAS 24, so staff is also proposing to scope out those IPSAS because they are not related to IPSAS 1. And of course, information that enhances, complements, and supplements financial statements or other special kinds of reports. So I'll stop here just to address this one before going to the final output and receive board's feedback on this recommendation.
Thanks, Joel. And Thomas, you went exactly where I was going to, which is, can we have the input from the CAG meeting? It's a very good discussion on this topic.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we had a long discussion on the topic of scoping in, scoping out, and I think especially on the importance of budget. And with that, in that context, with the exclusion of IPSAS 24 from the scope. I think we also heard from the Canadian colleagues that obviously budgeting and the budget comparison statement was of kind of of great importance, and I think he called it sacrosanct. I think many of the CAG members reiterated the importance of budget and budget comparison as one of the KPIs for financial reporting in the public sector. Just wanted to repeat that. I said that already on Tuesday, but just to kind of repeat that.
Thanks, Thomas. And I think one of the other things, though, that came out, which complicates our task and probably is relevant in this context, is the fact that budgets are a jurisdiction-specific decision. And so therefore, rather as PSAB has had with different types of entity, there's going to be different types of reconciliations and so on. So I think it's probably better that we actually think about refining the reference to IPSAS 24, because at the moment, that's not clearly mandatory. And I think the usage was certainly, that was questioned, I think, notwithstanding the point that you make there. So I think, probably whilst the focus isn't specifically on updating IPSAS 24, perhaps what we should be looking at is the, if you like, the status of that, and also how it interacts with the primary financial statements. So that's different to scope out. So now if I can take comments from Mike and Renee.
So thank you, Chair. When I ran through that agenda item paper, I just came across IPSAS 2, and I noticed that the reasons for the financial statements we include there are named those reasons, they also apply to IPSAS2 because IPSAS2 is also in scope of IPSAS 1 with reference to IPSAS2 and linkages between all financial statements. That applies also to the cash flow statement. So I think it would be a good idea if you could provide a little bit more flavor on the amendments, on the later amendments of IPSAS2, just to give the word feeling compared to those other financial statements. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I'll just take comments from Renee, Kamira, and then Lucy, and come back to you at that point.
Thank you, Chair. So my comment is also in relation to IPSAS2. So my reaction was that it is one of the core financial statements. It is referred in IPSAS1. It would seem odd, counterintuitive to me that we wouldn't pick up those changes as part of this project because of the integration of the core financial statements. So I think what you're saying is you're proposing to do it through consequential amendments as part of this project. So therefore, that's not scope out, right? You start your paragraph 12 by saying you recommend to scope it out, but you're going to pick it up in consequential amendments. So I'm happy in picking it up. I'm happy in picking it up through consequential amendments, if that's the logical way of managing those changes. But by doing so, then it's not a scope out. It's actually scoped in.
Yeah, just Ross, I just want to bring you in and then to you. Sure. Yeah, Ross.
I'd be a little hesitant and I'd be careful on the IPSAS2 scope in. If you look at the ISB, for example, and the work they've done over the years on their IS1 and their equivalent of IPSAS2 cash flow statements, the issues are quite different for the cash flow statement versus balance sheet, income statement, or statement of presentation, financial statements. And I think this is going to be a really complex problem, just updating IPSAS1. I think if the board wants to do a project to go through IPSAS2 in detail and rethink the cash flow statement, that should be done separately. It doesn't need to be done at the same time as IPSAS1. And I think you're adding an extreme amount of complexity if you scope in IPSAS2 to do this project. If you want to do it in phases, that might be okay, but I really think we're going to struggle to do a meaningful consultation paper that gets to the real issues in IPSAS1 and also deals with the significant issues with cash flow statements that have been raised in both the private and the public sector. So I would just caution against that. And I would say, if you have any hesitation, go look at the ISB website and look at the history of their project to update their primary financial statements and their separate project to look at cash flow statements.
Yeah, Joao. But I think that is something that we have to bear in mind, and I think it's also a learning from PSAB is that scope creep. And I think, you know, it's in an ideal world you do everything at the same time, but we're not in that ideal world, and this is going to be a very big project on its own. So we really, I reiterate what Ross said. We've got to be really, really, really careful about scope creep here. Joao.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. Just to clarify what staff understands as scope in and scope out. So staff understands as a scope in two perspectives. That the first one is a substantive one, which is we'll rethink the way that the standard is made or the financial information is made. And as a consequence, the second part is a issuance of a new IPSAS. Replacing IPSAS2. Staff has done already some preliminary analysis, and there is no need to do that because the amendments that needs to be made can be done through consequential amendments only. And that's why we are saying, okay, we are scoping out in terms of these two perspectives, but that is not to say that we will not address the necessary amendments to update IPSAS2, just like any other consequential amendments across the whole literature, without reissuing, but issuing a new IPSAS replacing the whole literature. I hope this makes sense.
Yeah, I think the problem is actually using the term scope in and scope out. I mean, I think the primary focus for this project is on replacing IPSAS 1. And then I think what you've got as scope out, actually, it's consider, consequences on, so I think that's it. It's not sufficiently nuanced at the moment. And I think that was certainly Renee's point, and I think that's probably Mike's concern. Now I'll go back to you, Mike, and then I'm going to continue around the table.
So thank you very much, even Ross, for providing that further information on that. Even if you look at the agenda paper, it seems a little bit so we have just to align a few things much less complex and so on, and that would, let's say, underline the need for the board to receive further information on the deviations we have at the moment in terms of the cash flow statement.
Okay, thanks. So to Camira, then Lucy, then Adrian.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to reflect on some comments that 9 countries from Latin America, they participated during the research phase and provided some input to the IPSASB, and they mentioned also the importance of IPSAS 2 and IPSAS 24. So perhaps it's how we communicate that in our project brief, so that I don't know if we will consider to have a second phase, because I know we need to really focus first on maybe on IPSAS 1, and then if there will be a second phase, or just to communicate clearly that there will be consequential amendments, but that doesn't mean that the work will not get into details on that and analyze what are the impact of the changes into all the financial statements, and especially also the role of IPSAS 2 as a bridge for the IPSAS 24. So like to communicate between an accrual financial statements and a cash modified base budget. So thanks.
Thanks, Camira. Ross.
So I think there's a challenge here with over communicating. So we don't normally talk in our projects about our consequential amendment process. The way consequential amendments work is you update a standard, and if it has a knock-on effect from the decisions you've made in that standard, or you need to amend other standards, you make that clear and you amend those standards. That's what we're doing here. We're updating IPSAS 1, and any consequential amendments from the changes of principle in IPSAS 1 that we have to make elsewhere, we're going to make. But this project's not a project to update IPSAS 24, IPSAS 22, IPSAS 20, or IPSAS 2. Those have their own standards that have their own principles and full set of guidance. That wasn't the project we were asked to do by our constituents. That's not the project the board agreed to put on the work program in March 2022. And it's not the project that dealing with the consequential amendments is going to solve. If we want to propose projects on those specific standards, we should find out what we think the issues are. We should propose that in the work program, and we should make sure our constituents come back to us, confirm they want us to do that project. Because adding all those things in because we think they might be useful is going to slow down the project to do IPSAS 1 that constituents asked us to do.
So I think the bridge on this is we certainly shouldn't be talking about a phase 2. I think a wholesale update on the cash flow statement would be a separate project, and that has to take its place against the other projects. What you have here, though, is it's important, that, as Ross said, normally we would just say we would address consequential amendments, but I think here, clearly there are interactions. And so actually to get the balanced communication right, I think we would say that we would consider the potential impacts on other relevant standards or other related standards, and to communicate that the ones that we particularly have in mind would be cash flow and budgets in that order, and those are probably the 2 other primary financial statements. I mean, there is a potential interaction with GFS, but I think actually to your point, Ross, the clearer we are on what is the primary focus, the better. So I think if I can suggest that we go in that way, so that it's not scope in, scope out, it's actually just a piece of communication there. But we need to be very clear that we are not doing a fundamental review of the cash flow statement at this stage as part of this project. Okay, so Lucy, Mari, Adrienne, and then Lynn.
Thank you, Chair. I think I agree with the proposed plan step after discussion, but I would just like to say that I also am not agreeing to the exclusion of IPSAS 2 and IPSAS 24, because I believe that the linkages extend to the financial statements under these two standards. And my reasons is that, of course, the information from the cash flows of a government or other public sector entities contributes to the assessment of the financial performance and the entity's liquidity and solvency, and information on the extent to which revenues, expenses, cash flows, and financial results of the entity will comply with the estimates reflected in the approved budgets will assist users in assessing how well a public sector entity has met its financial objectives, and the information on the entity's compliance with the relevance legislation and other authority governing the raising and use of resources is indispensable for the discharge of a government's or other public sector entities' accountability to its constituents, which is, in my view, will augment the assessment of the financial performance of the entity. I interpose no objection on the exclusion of the presentation of information that enhances, complements, and supplements statements and IPSAS 22 in the IPSAS 1, because I believe that I am in the opinion that these details do not form part of the financial information to be presented in financial statements, which shall remain at the core of the financial reporting. On the question, on the recommendation of coming up with a final output to be a new IPSAS to replace IPSAS 1, I think in order to appropriately reflect any thinking in the public sector, I think the major revision that will be made to align with the IFRS, I think I likewise reckon that revisions omissions on the IPSAS would not suffice. So I agree that a new IPSAS 1 will be issued.
Thanks, Lucy. I'll take other comments, but I think we go back to we have to contain the scope of this project. We're not saying that cash flow and budget aren't important, but what we're saying is that actually to have everything up in the air at the same point in time is not going to allow us to actually run the project in a reasonable period of time. So, you know, I think we have to be cognizant that we've got other responsibilities. And so whilst it might be ideal that everything actually articulates with everything else, we're not going to be able to run the project efficiently and make progress by widening the scope in that way. So we have to have a firm scope at this stage. And if people want us to go back and make fundamental changes and rethink cash flow and so on, that's a separate project. It has to be a separate project. Can I take Mari, Evie, Adrian and Lynn, and then I'm going to wrap this one up because we've got other things that we need to deal with today as well.
Yes, I understand what Ian said. And so, however, the importance of the IPSAS 24, it closely connected with financial reporting objectives of accountability and decision making. And so we have to keep in mind that the IPSAS 24 objective stated the public sector entities discharge their accountability obligations and enhance the transparency of their financial statement by demonstrating the compliance. So we have to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Mari. Evie, Adrian, and then Lynn.
Well, in the first instance, I was about to be convinced by what Mike and Renee said about incorporating the IPSAS 2. Well, listening to your arguments, I step back on that, but I do not on IPSAS 24, and I support what's been said on IPSAS 24. I believe that, well, for long, as for me, I've always thought that IPSAS 1, what presentation and IPSAS 24 should have been merged a long time ago, because it really goes together. I mean, it's closely linked. And not only because we're talking of the same, I mean, it's the same terminology. It's about presentation of financial statements, presentation of budget information. And, well, I did not really understood when you said, well, it's not clearly mandatory to present the budget reconciliation. It's clear. It's not always mandatory, but it's clear that when an entity elects to publicly make available its budget information, it has to incorporate the budget reconciliation in the financial statement. So, and then it forms part of the financial statement as a whole. So I do believe that, okay, for the argument of complexity, workload, etc. for IPSAS 2, but not for IPSAS 24, because IPSAS 24 is a very short standard. I mean, it does not provide for a large number of requirements, and it could probably be connected to the work we intend to do on IPSAS 1 and presentation of financial statement. So I would really support that we scope in or link possible work on IPSAS 24 together as is to IPSAS 1.
Thanks, Adrian. Ross.
Yeah, I agree with your points, Adrian, and I don't disagree with you. I think IPSAS 24 is clearly a mandatory standard when you publicly make your budget available. I think there's an issue where it's not always clear what publicly making the budget available is. And in some jurisdictions, they have laws against that, so they don't have to apply it. I think there's also some other jurisdictions that just choose not to apply that standard. So again, I think the standard itself as is works, and we haven't heard a lot of problems at the staff level, people not being able to apply IPSAS 24. So if, again, in IPSAS 1, it references IPSAS 24, we could make it clearer in IPSAS 1 when we update it that you should be applying IPSAS 24, and we can give more guidance there without having to redo all of IPSAS 24. I don't think we're doing ourselves any favor with scope in, scope out. As Ian said, I think that hasn't helped us in how we're discussing this. We never talk this way about a project. The project's to update IPSAS 1. It will include all the issues addressed in IPSAS 1, budgets in IPSAS 1.
I mean, I think on this one, I think you're right, Ross. I think it's clearly we've got to actually make it clear that this should be mandatory. I think in looking at this, I would suggest that what we do is actually just have a reminder next time round about what is in IPSAS 24 and really apply the if it ain't broke, don't fix it maxim, because actually it's a relatively simple standard. So it's not that we're saying, you know, and actually there's unlikely to be anything that's major that needs to change. All the problems are actually in the existing IPSAS 1, and I think that's what we're saying. So then it's actually just making sure that we reinforce the role of IPSAS 24 and the reporting against the budget, rather than completely rethinking that standard. But I think, given the concern that members are expressing, I think we just need to, as a group, to actually have a look at what IPSAS 24 actually does, and what really is likely to be impacted by the main project, so that everybody is happy that it's not that we're downplaying its importance. Actually, rather, we need to reinforce its importance, but actually probably it's pretty much fine as it is. It's all the problems are in one. Lynn.
So I was reflecting on kind of the whole discussion that we're having now, plus the Canadian experience, and then reflecting back really what Ross has said on multiple occasions, the objective actually of this project, or what staff want to be the objective of this project, is to update IPSAS 1. the objective that we just approved creates, I think, a risk of expectation gap. And we also heard from the Canadian experience about, they went out and consulted with a whole vast array of users and got lots of views and then had to deal with that feedback. And I worry that we are, from the outset, we're having had this discussion, we're creating the wrong expectation in the objective that we just approved, because actually we're saying to ourselves, the objective is an updated IPSAS 1. So should we not say that clearly? Because otherwise we're creating an expectation of something that we're not going to achieve, and we will constantly keep coming back to the same sort of feedback of a desire for us to do more than that. So I think actually what this whole discussion is saying to me is we probably need to go back and have a rethink about the objective so that we can communicate that clearly from the outset to make sure that then we don't get feedback that might be really useful feedback that we're not going to be able to deal with in this project.
Thanks, Lynn. I think that's a very, very helpful observation. And as you say, probably what we need to do then is actually, it's nothing wrong with where we were going with the objective, which is to contribute to improved accountability and decision making. But the tail was actually by updating IPSAS 1. So that's probably actually the link that we need. Over Adrian, back
just
to you.
a very short comment. I fully agree with Lynn from a methodological point of view, but as far as we decide that the objective would be enhanced communication of information in financial statements, then it's broader, and it creates, actually, as Lynn rightly said, it creates an expectation on possible link to IPSAS 24, for instance, or others. But okay, so then maybe we should streamline the objective, and as Lynn proposes, just say adjusting IPSAS IPSAS 1.
I mean, I think I see nods around the table so that we do qualify it in that way, i.e. we restrict the scope, in terms of actually what we're doing to deliver towards that objective. Todd, and then I do want to move on because I want to get through the other pieces of decision making.
I'll be very quick. I was probably going to make a similar intervention to Lynn. I think we do need to go back and revisit the objective so that we are absolutely clear this is just about IPSAS 1. And listening to the conversation around the table, there are some legitimate concerns being raised in what's being said. I think what we can say, though, is that in updating IPSAS 1, we will need to think about the links to these other three standards so that we don't break anything, but we're not going to be going in deliberately making changes to those other standards. It's only as we work through the process with a revision to IPSAS 1 or a new IPSAS 1 equivalent that we just need to make sure we don't break anything. It may not be perfect in terms of some of the members' views, but I think that's what we are agreeing to here. Let's update IPSAS 1, make sure it doesn't break anything in terms of connections to 2, 22, 24, and anything else. And we can do other projects if we work through the normal process and get that feedback from constituents about any of those other ones down the track.
Thanks, Todd. I think that's a good summary in terms of the proposed way forward. I think, bearing in mind the concerns that have been expressed about budget, what I would recommend is just that actually staff provide, just a short update on how IPSAS 24 works and that linkage that Ross identified into IPSAS 1, just to provide reassurance in terms of what's there, and the fact that there's not likely to be major changes needed to that as a result of what we might be doing in terms of updating IPSAS 1. Okay, Thank you. So move us on, Joel.
So the next part of this agenda item, it was about the final output. Some board members have already provided some comments. So it's basically to issue a new IPSAS on presentation of financial statements to supersede IPSAS 1 for the reasons that we have already explained here. So I'll not go more. And I think the slide basically explains the staff's reasons. So with this, I'll open the floor.
I think we've already been around this, so I think that's essentially Todd's proposal there. Okay.
So, yeah, thanks for the confirmation. So the last agenda item, it's about some key issues that staff has already identified. So it's basically reviewing the conceptual framework. Not reviewing, sorry, applying the conceptual framework during the development of this project. We have a new project from the IPSASB that is underway that basically proposes a sectioned statement of financial performance with different structure and with key performance indicators. We have the topic on other comprehensive income that it was introduced in 2007 by the IPSASB that this board has not addressed, and also have the new the government finance statistics manual. So what staff is proposing is to bring all these topics in a format, basically having a consultation paper that is topic based on these topics, but not only. There will be more as we go through the research phase of this project, and having also an illustrative ED where the board might put preliminary views in the consultation paper, and constituents might see how those preliminary views look like in pro form standard format. So staff has considered having a consultation paper with option of financial statements. We thought that this would be kind of each option as a silo, doesn't provide flexibility in terms of options that constituents might have with different views. And also going straight to a sole ED, so staff thought that it doesn't allow the maturing of IPSASB's thinking on this. So I have 3 slides, as we are already on time. The slides are available, so they detail what it is in the issues paper. I can go straight to the recommendation and
well, I think the point is that the illustrative ED is the route that we took on the development of the measurement standard. And although it's, you know, it was the first time we'd used that, but it's a 3-stage process. So Joao, if you can just walk us through those slides, because I think it's just helpful to remind what we did. But what was very successful was that although there is more work required in terms of producing an illustrative ED up front, basically what that does is allow people to see the proposals in context rather than a kind of conceptual basis. And actually, we also got some good drafting comments in earlier that helped us to address issues. And so it is our normal process consultation paper. Then if you move it on throughout to the next slide, then there was an exposure draft which brought in consequential amendments and so on, but that incorporated both the views from constituents against the preliminary views in the consultation paper, and also the drafting amendments on the actual draft standards. So we moved through that a lot quicker, having put the investment in up front, and people being able to see what we were proposing. And really, if you think about what then happened from the exposure draft stage to the final standard stage in measurement, all our work was actually focused on the development of the new public sector concept of current operational value. We'd pretty much cleared off all the other issues through that illustrative ED to ED stage. So it changes the balance, but it applies our normal due process as well through CP, formal exposure draft to final standard. Ross.
Yeah, maybe just one point to add. I think my idea of what an illustrative ED would be something similar to what we've got from PSAB today, which is just, this is what the new statements will look like at a high level. And then we might have some principles behind those that you need to have to understand it. But it's really, this is what the concepts look like in a new set of financial statements, because that's where you're going to get constituents to engage and understand what you really mean and what it's going to look like. Because when you get to the financial statements, that's what people actually care about.
And it's really to make sure people have a much more concrete understanding. Thomas.
Yeah, very brief regarding the CAG discussion on that. I think it was kind of agreed by the CAG in general that illustration would be needed and is very, very helpful, especially in the context of discussion of kind of presentation of information. And we heard that from the Canadian experience as well. I think regarding the comparison with the measurement project, one member stated that the main difference is that measurement was a completely new standard. Nobody knew how it could look like. An update of IPSAS 1 might be different to that. So the question was, does it still justify the effort? And another member just questioned whether IGs or IEs or something similar like what you just said, Ross, would do the same, just kind of given a flavor of how it could look like. But I think the CAG agreed that illustration is needed.
Thanks, Thomas. Claudia, you want to come in?
Thank you. At first, I didn't understand what you really mean with solo ED, which was on the paper, on the description. I understand this illustrated exposure draft, that's clear, but I didn't understand what you mean, especially with this wording or explanation solo ED. And I still have strong reservation about other comprehensive income, especially when I read what was the objective of the ISB, which is in the paper. It said, introduce the changes on reporting other comprehensive income to help distinguish the presentation of owner changes in equity from non-owner changes in equity. So at least I would expect that we have in the project brief something more public sector specific reasons why we want to make a research on it, because owner changes sounds a little bit strange.
Thanks. Can I say definitely we would need to articulate why you need that in the public sector or why you might want to. And actually, that's part of the reasoning behind going for a consultation paper to begin with, because you need to actually think those issues through in the public sector. Ross.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm clear on your confusion. I think the point we were trying to make was there's an illustrative ED within the CP, but that doesn't mean we're not going to still have a proper ED phase. That's part of due process. So it's still going to be the regular steps.
I think it was on the slides, João offered either a consultation paper or we went straight to an exposure draft. And that was what the solo ED was meant, whereas this is actually this is sort of hybrid approach, if you like. Andrew.
Thanks. I guess I also just want to clarify exactly the draft ED. I guess measurement in my mind was a slightly different task that we were tackling. This is a lot more explorative, I guess, in the beginning. And so I think we want to focus more on the CP than the ED. And so if we do have an ED, I agree with you, Ross. If it's limited to what we have from PSAB and that's it only, I guess I'm comfortable with that. If we start going further than that, I think it starts to hamper that exploratory phase that we would need in a CP.
Well, I'd refer the board back to the way in which we dealt with measurement, because you have the concepts explored in the CP, but what you do is you actually have the more concrete information in the illustration. And there, I agree with you, it made sense that it was a full ED. I think we'd need to think about that, because actually there are some things which aren't just about formats, which we're also going to have to think through. So I think, you know, we'd have to come back and think exactly what the nature of the illustration actually is and the reason why it's there. Can I just take comments from Liang and Lynn?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Yes, I actually agree with Claudia's comment about the other comprehensive income. And also I have a point, I have some concern about the weight we give to IFRS alignment, such as the other point we say the sectioned statement of financial performance. Actually, in my jurisdiction, actually, even for private sector, we also have significant concern also with a big disagreement about the ISB approach to classify everything into operating, investing, and financing category and put them into the balance sheet. So my point of view is the first thing we should consider is the as we just discussed is the information needs specific to public sector. So first of all, we should consider what the users they want to know, they want to see, and rather than we just to see what ISB has done. So this is my point of view. Thank you.
Thanks, Liang. Lynn.
I was going to make a completely different point about the project brief, although it does link a little bit on the OCI topic, that the academic advisory group commissioned research on some of the topics that are listed for the project brief, OCI being one of them. A couple of years ago now, I think it was presented to a research forum. I thought there was a real opportunity in the project brief to demonstrate how we will use that work and that linkage. And so that was the observation I was going to make on it, and encourage staff to really show the value of that linkage in the project brief, because I think there has been relevant research done on this, and we wouldn't want to replicate that if we didn't need to.
Thanks, Lynn. I think that's a very helpful reminder, and I think that goes then to the points that Claudia and Liang were making about, you know, this isn't an alignment project. It's actually, we need to think about the issues that cause the ISB to go down that route, but then to think them through in the public sector context. And that's where the research, for example, will come in. I think that's where some of the learning and the work that IPSASB has done in terms of outreach and the nature of that outreach actually is very helpful. And effectively that actually, you know, acts as a very extensive piece of research for us as an international standard setter. And certainly if you know, for example, if you look at, rather than OCI, you've got statement of changes in net assets, and that may be much more, you know, kind of actually deal with some of the items, but actually in a much more public sector focused way. And I think, you know, all of that then goes into actually what do we want in the and I think I'm not hearing anybody disagreeing with the fact that the first stage of this is a consultation paper for the reasons that members have articulated and for the need to bring all of this learning together. So I think clearly the decision from the board is we need a three-stage process, which is consultation paper, exposure draft, final standard. there is some discussion to be had about the nature of illustrative material that you would have in the CP. And there's a range of from this high level presentation through to a full ED. And I think we need to look at that as we go further. So I think, if you like, that gives us the direction that we do require a CP ED. And then it's a question of the extent of the illustrative material recommendations to come back on that. Adrian, are you still in, or Renee, you wanted to come in?
Yes, thank you. So I'm reflecting on the discussion related to OCI, net assets, statement of net asset, reflecting on what we heard from PSAB, how they've dealt with this. So, and I agree with the direction of the conversation that we want the project to be looking holistically about what do we want net assets to be? How do we want items impacting net assets to be reflected? And in there will be the consideration of OCI. So when I read the issue number C, we just call it OCI. So I'm thinking in the project brief, just to better communicate that it's a more holistic approach to looking at how to present net assets and its components, then maybe just rewrite that section to make it broader, more holistic, as opposed to zeroing in on OCI. So it will allow us as a board to be more exploratory.
Thanks, Renee. I think that's a helpful way of thinking about it. So are there any other comments that board members want to make at this stage? I think there's a fairly clear direction of travel emerging in terms of concerns and how we approach this, what we need to think about. Good. Okay. Well, I think that's where we needed to get to. In terms of this discussion, I mean, clearly what we're working on at the moment is shaping the project brief, and there's further work to do on that in terms of the discussion that we've had today, and also the very rich discussion that the CAG had. Now, in terms of the lunch break, we're running 15 minutes late. Do we think we can accommodate that if we have a full hour break? Okay, so back here then at 1:45, please. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So after the sort of foundational session on one of our new major projects, we now move on to differential reporting, the other major project that we picked up. And in preparing the papers for the discussion today, we felt we needed to take a step back and look at this in the broader context, and particularly just have a think about its positioning in the context of the conceptual framework and so on. So that's really what Eileen has done. And without further ado, I will pass over to you, Eileen.
Thank you, Chair. So as Ian mentioned, I am not here to talk about revenue today. I am here about differential reporting. So I had the pleasure of rolling on to this new project, and it definitely struck me quite quickly that it is a very challenging topic to discuss as a board and amongst the staff. But what I felt was really helpful for myself on the onboarding, and also thinking about, how the board discussions have gone, and realizing that we haven't talked about differential reporting since September of last year. And so we thought it would be good to, as the chair said, take that step back and really think about what we've heard so far in this preliminary feedback and research phase, and how that might inform, what the context is of this project, and how we've heard will inform what we want to do next. So what does it really mean for us in taking this project forward? And so really what we tried to do with this quarter's papers, and to highlight today in the presentation, is to really paint that fuller picture of what we've heard, what it means, and how that could really help us facilitate discussions about where we want to take this project, especially at this early stage of the project itself. So the IPSASB first added the differential reporting project to its work program early last year as a result of the 2021 mid-period consultation. And since then, the board has had discussions, KEG members have had discussions, and we've also had a few outreach events, including the 4th Public Sector Standard Setters Forum in Cascais, as well as a Forum of Firms event that a few of the staff had attended in late March. Now, this project was intended to help the board explore the characteristics of less complex public sector entities. And as a brief note, this was not intended to be a defined term, even when the board had put through the consultation. We had heard some feedback asking about it as a defined term. Right at this stage of the project, we're really just using that as a way of saying what entities could be eligible for any sort of differential reporting model that gets created. And the second thing to explore that the board had mentioned was what financial reporting approaches and guidance might actually be appropriate to offer for these entities to apply. And so the initial research and feedback from these various meetings and events have really focused on those two key issues of what is an eligible entity, how do we identify it, and what that simplified reporting model might actually look like. So during this period, it really came through with two key themes from this research and the discussions. Those themes have come to the forefront as we really thought about all the feedback we have had over the 9 months in exploring this potential international differential reporting model. So the first was, again, very important to consider how we can clearly identify what is an eligible entity for any model that we create, but also that any international differential reporting model that the IPSASB actually produces must be aligned with our conceptual framework. So two really important themes, I think, that kind of led our discussions through the last quarter. Now, the ISB, so the private sector, has IFRS for SMEs, and we did have a very quick discussion about that in September when we had our meeting in Portugal. And as noted there, the IFRS for SMEs uses public accountability as one of their criteria to determine what entities could apply IFRS for SMEs. Specifically, they cannot have public accountability. There were other criteria which were listed in the papers, but we didn't want to focus on that in the presentation today. Now, when we consider public accountability in the public sector, staff, board members, CAG members, and constituents were almost essentially unanimous that the use of public accountability wouldn't be very helpful within our context because all public sector entities are essentially publicly accountable. The primary objective of most public sector entities is to provide services to the public. They're accountable to resource providers and also to those that depend on them to use resources and provide specific services. And so the information about the receipt and use of resources by these public sector entities is really key for decision-making, for accountability, and for wider public financial management. And so, again, conclusion was that this was very likely not going to be useful for us in the international public sector. Now, that isn't to say that there weren't other ideas that have been posed through this research phase and these discussions. Some of these ideas have come through from national jurisdictions who have national differential reporting models that we could potentially consider, and also just general ideas and brainstorming that have been provided by constituents, board members, and CAG members. Some of them are listed up here, and I would say a lot of them did come from that kind of national perspective of what worked in specific jurisdictions. But really, when we took that step back and thought about all of these and also constituent feedback, it was clear that there was a feasibility challenge because it was difficult to really identify a single characteristic or even a set of characteristics that would be sensible for all jurisdictions. So applicable on the international perspective, because jurisdictions all varied substantially. And furthermore, the identification of a characteristic must actually be indicative of a need for simplified reporting. So we had to really question ourselves about what that characteristic would mean and why that would qualify the eligible entity to have simplified reporting, if at all. And so this also prompted us to then think more about what the differential reporting model that could be developed in an international perspective and whether that would actually be consistent with the framework. Now, if you think about the development of a differential reporting model in the international context, that is essentially a standard setting solution because it would be providing simplified recognition, measurement, and disclosure requirements. But preliminary feedback from constituents as well as from members was that any solution we come up with should be aligned with our framework. Our framework, which does have similarities with other frameworks by standard setters around the world and on national jurisdictional levels, but we do have very unique guidance within our framework specific to the international public sector. And so Chapter 2 actually provides a lot of information about the objectives of financial reporting by public sector entities. It talks about the primary users of GPFRs and also talks about how the entities are accountable to using the resources that are provided to them and to those that depend on their use of those resources accordingly. And so an international differential reporting model, by its nature, would be providing simplified accounting requirements that may actually conflict with the financial reporting objectives that are set out in the framework and may not actually meet the needs of primary users who are depending on this information to ensure that they are holding the public sector entities accountable. Simplified recognition, measurement, and disclosure requirements might actually impede on the quality and completeness of the information that is being provided to the users of those financial statements, and thereby may not meet the information needs as outlined in our framework. Now, this also prompted us to think more about some of the potential risks, and these were highlighted by a few of the CAG member feedback that we received in December, as well as from constituent feedback we had at these outreach activities. And they really were prompted by thinking through, if we had to pick a characteristic, if we had to set a differential reporting model, how would we go about that? And so, as mentioned before, the lack of a clear front runner of a characteristic or set of characteristics to help us identify an eligible entity on the international perspective was clearly a challenge. And some of the preliminary views that were being shared was that perhaps it's actually better just to leave it to the national jurisdictions to make that assessment themselves. Another clear theme that came out of these comments was that we have to make sure to clearly and effectively identify an eligible entity in a principled manner, because that was going to be integral to ensuring that whatever model we create is actually going to address the needs of those that are asking for this model, and therefore support its overall wider adoption in the long run. Now, feasibility of an international differential reporting model as a solution has been a concern through the various stages and through the constituent feedback. And constituents have, definitely recognize the benefits of having such a model, but they are also acknowledging that there are challenges in actually achieving one and being able to really address it in a pragmatic way. And so the feedback was really to encourage thinking about whether this is better addressed at a jurisdictional level. Now, some CAG member advice that I wanted to highlight, and I won't steal Thomas's thunder too much because I'm sure he'll articulate it better than I will, was that there are some potential reputational risks that the board might face if they were to pursue this option, because it is important to ensure that whatever solution we come up with is conceptually consistent and it doesn't create any implications or negative implications on the reputation of the IPSASB and the high quality full IPSAS that we have spent many years putting together, and just to make sure that whatever solution we come up with does fit overall with that high quality package we have contributed to the international public sector over the decades. So based on the analysis on the consistency with the conceptual framework and the potential risks, staff are currently recommending not to pursue a standard setting solution by developing an international differential reporting model. This is because it may impair the ability of financial statements of public sector entities to provide the useful information to the users of those financial statements and the accountability and decision-making needs that go with it, as well as the risks that were noted on the previous slide. Now, before opening up for discussion, we did want to clarify that staff are not recommending that we don't do anything. It's really more a matter of what is the solution. And from the general feedback that we have from this preliminary research phase, it is steering us towards considering whether standard setting is perhaps not the right solution. It is a solution, but it might not be the right solution to answer the core need, which originally prompted interest in having an international differential reporting model. Now, paper 2 does start to give some explorations, if you will, about what the board could do instead. And we will be talking about that later today. But we did want to at least open the floor first to really start this conversation because we know it's a challenging one. But thank you for your time and happy to pass it back to you now, Chair. Thanks,
Eileen, for that introduction. Perhaps I might go to Thomas at this stage just for some sort of elaboration a bit, if you like, on the CAG discussion on this, and then we'll go. Then I'll open up for comments from members.
Yeah, thanks, Ian, and thanks, Eileen. I think you summarized already very well a lot of the discussion points we had in the December meeting 2022 when we discussed differential reporting. I think, as you said, there were two kind of aspects. One was how to define which entities would be eligible. And the second was kind of what kind of a relief would be the right approach in order to provide that. I repeat what you said, that some members kind of really cautioned and saying probably it could cause a reputational problem if we create like IPSAS light and kind of deviate from kind of requirements which were kind of seen being appropriate for public interest reasons. And so there, I think many members caution to kind of create a separate standard or separate set of standards, as you kind of rightly put it here as well. I think it was especially the discussion around public accountability that kind of members said even small and let's say, as we called it under IPSAS, less risky entities might still be accountable because they are kind of using public money. And the question is where to draw the line in terms of accountability. So that was one of the major concerns regarding which entities could be or should be eligible to that. And then I think it was also the question, do the normal kind of criteria in terms of size or whatever, which are used in the private sector, would they be suitable for the public sector? And most of the CAC members didn't find that very helpful in terms of balance sheet totals or income or whatever you kind of might define as a criteria. I think that's it for the moment, and more to come.
Okay, thanks, Thomas. So I think with that, open up for comments from board members in terms of staff recommendation. So I think, Camilla, you were marginally ahead of Lucy, who was marginally ahead of Patricia, probably Scott, and then Todd after that.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Eileen, for the clear presentation of all the reasoning that this staff has made up to now. So I'm still not undecided. I'm thinking about what would be the expectations. I know that the topic of differential reporting, definitely the countries are waiting for us to do something. I don't know if it should be a standard at this point. I'm not sure it should be a standard level or a guidance, if it will be enough. I totally agree that at the board level, we should not try to define criteria, because that is something that every jurisdiction is the responsibility of every country. So we should be a bit more at the high level to develop something for those entities that are less complex or smaller, and that every entity and their standard setters take responsibility and ownership. Okay, which entities will be allowed to apply that standard or guidance. So that is something that we should consider. I do not think that if we develop necessarily a standard on that, that will be contradicting completely conceptual framework. Not necessarily, it depends on what we propose to do, and to be careful of not conflicting with those. So it doesn't mean that if we do something, it will have definitely reputational risk, because at the end, what we are trying to do is to offer a solution for this cost-benefit relationship. If we have a very small entity and you give them, okay, 3 handbooks of IPSAS, as I say, well, we don't even have an accountant. How is it worth for that? Or they don't even have users that are willing to read a very detailed information. So the point is, okay, what is needing? Maybe the Ministry of Finance that will consolidate that information. Is that entity material at all? So for instance, in Mexico, they have done something similar for municipalities, and they have like 3 categories. So they have one category for those municipalities with less than 5,000 inhabitants. And then they say, well, for them, they are only obligated to do a cash accounting. So that is what we need for them. There is a medium category, municipalities between 5,000 and 25,000. Then they have they have to prepare their budget and then some of the financial statements. And then they have the other category that they have to comply with all these standards. I'm not saying we need to establish these rules, but it's just like an example of what is being done, and that we do not need to get into that detail, just be more holistic and then leave the responsibility to each country to decide on to which entities this would apply. So thanks.
Thanks, Camilla. Lucy and then Patricia.
Thank you, Chair. Just like Camilla, I do not want to say that I agree or disagree with the coming up with a standard setting solution or not, which may not be conceptually consistent with our conceptual framework and might pose a reputational risk. But I believe that not doing something about to solve the problem of the smaller or medium public sector entities would also pose some reputational risk for the IPSAS board. Sometime in March to June of 2020, we participated in the Philippines. We participated in the study or the research done by Dr. Barrett Adams and Jens Haling. And they already had come up with their paper entitled Differential Reporting in the Public Sector, Financial Reporting for Small and Medium-Sized Entities. And it was the paper was recently published in the Public Money and Management, and the 2 researchers have informed us about that, because Philippines is one of the countries that they subjected to research. And in the impact of the as mentioned in the paper, it says that of course they mentioned that the IPSASB I mean, according to us, public sector entities should apply the IPSAS when they fulfill certain criteria, such as the delivery of public services and financing of taxes. And size is currently not a matter for the application of the IPSAS, and smaller public sector entities have to apply the full suite of IPSAS. However, based on their empirical study, the article shows that differential reporting is a suitable approach to overcome the accounting challenges that the small and medium-sized public sector entities are facing. And the two authors have explained both the advantages and disadvantages of differential reporting in the context of small and medium public sector entities accounting challenges. And they have considered, they present a systematic overview of the design of the accounting frameworks of for SMPSEs in 11 OECD countries and 5 developing or emerging countries. And they have ensured that at least one country from each major continent was part of the or was represented, and that the focus was on countries that were researched or that were less researched in terms of their financial reporting frameworks for the public sector. And these countries are Canada for the OECD countries, Canada, Germany, France, Japan, Mexico, New Zealand, Poland, Portugal, Sweden, Turkey, and the USA. And for the developing emerging countries, they have Brazil, Malaysia, Philippines, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. And they came up to the conclusion that the concept of small and medium sized public sector entities was found to be applied in the public sector in a similar way as in the private sector, especially in the local government levels. And they found out that in 5 of the 16 countries analyzed, there is a third group of entities, the micro. So they have now the small, medium, and micro entities, which were found out to have fewer accounting and or requirements than the small and medium sized public sector entities. And specifically, they said that beside Mexico, none of the developing emerging countries with a purposive sample had introduced a differential reporting regime, and which would contrast the findings that the IFRS for SMEs in the private sector are mainly applied in developing countries. And if I may share with you that in the Philippines, well, there are advantages and disadvantages that they have posted in the research paper, and I will share that with you, so you can see the details of the study made and the approach and their conclusions, their findings and conclusion. But I would just like to emphasize that in the case of the Philippines, we have implemented the accrual basis of accounting since 2014. Our purpose directly adopting and implementing the accrual basis of IPSAS. However, we have encountered problems, especially for this medium and small and medium-sized public sector entities. And if I may exaggerate my explanation, we have 85,770 local government units, and out of those, we have around 85 or 84,000, which are considered as small and medium local government units, and these are the barangays. Our chair knows that, and Ross. And the micro entities, which call Sangguniang Kabataan, and these are the youth. They represent it's like a youth council that represent the youth in each barangay. And since they are not, these SKs, Sangguniang Kabataan, since they are not organizationally ready to implement accrual basis, we opted, or the Commission on Audit prescribed that they would, in the meantime, use the cash basis accounting.
Lucy, I need to hurry you. Sorry, because I need to get other board members in.
So in other words, we have, it would just emphasize that not only in the Philippines, but in the other 15 countries that were subject to studies, I think we really have to come up with some solution on how these accounting challenges would be addressed. And at this point, although I'm not fully convinced with it, but we may try to look at incorporating the in-depth discussion on the minimum comparative information pursuant to paragraphs 53 to 58 of IPSAS 1, since we're looking at IPSAS 1 now. So maybe, I don't know, maybe we can tie this differential reporting project with our IPSAS 1 so that we can look at the minimum comparative information that we may require for the small, micro, small, and medium sized public sector entities. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia.
Thank you. Camila and Lucy make my task easy, and I agree with the previous argument, and I would like to add some more. In relation to the conceptual framework, when I think about the user's needs, I think you should, I need to think about each information produced based on IPSAS is useful. I'm not sure in the some users in the small entities don't use this information. But I think the rationale is not based on the use, the utility of the information, but the cost of the feasibility to have the information. Because some problems are not solved because the one small government have to allocate a lot of money to have an accounting system that sometimes it's not generate additional information for decision make. This is the question. Maybe it's a question for federal governments, because in the case of federal government, each municipalities have to have the owner accounting system. It's not a decentralization functions of accounting. No, it's needed to one system. Each entity has one system of account. Considering that, I think when I end or in the addition, how to propose, how to make a proposal about the solution for this problem without considering the alignment with conceptual framework. If standard or RPG or other kinds of solution, I think IPSASB has to consider the alignment with conceptual framework. Then, in my view, it's a question of feasibility
It's not a question of the in fact, it's not so only cost benefits. It's a question of feasibility. For many small municipalities, it's not feasible to be in accordance with the full IPSAS, because IPSAS is a complex model. This is my main concern here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ross, before I go to Scott.
Yeah, I don't want to say too much on here the members, but I just want one point you touched on, I think is important. We looked at it from a feasibility perspective as well. I think from the staff side, we agree with the members who've spoken so far, at least I do. Eileen can speak for herself on that, but we know there's a problem. We're not saying we don't think there's a problem. Our challenge is when we look at the framework, it's very difficult with our framework if you can't define where to draw the line, what's publicly accountable, what's not, to feasibly set principle-based international standards that are going to actually address that problem. And in our view, it's not possible for us to do that in a feasible amount of time in a way that's useful. So we think a non-standard setting approach where we can practically deal with materiality, how to apply it to help those smaller entities will add a lot more value and we'll be able to move quicker. So with that, I'll be quiet.
Thanks, Ross. Scott, and then Todd, and then Lynn.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to probably echo some of Ross's comments here. I think we definitely need to do something. I mean, this continues to come up every time we go out and ask people for it. So, but I agree with Ross that if you can't define the entities that can apply, it's very hard to issue a standard when people don't know where the line is for that. So my experience has been, I've worked with some pretty small governments along the way, and I think, Camilla, you said is they lack the expertise to be able to do this. And so local governments and local auditors, they have a checklist mentality, and they go out and they try to comply with the checklist, and they don't really are not applying judgment and materiality to this, and they get overwhelmed. And so I really do think and this is consistent where our strategy and work plan is going. I think this fits well into our work plan about implementation guidance. I think this is where we can really add some value in this area. Yeah, maybe can we package the handbook so you don't need to be 3 volumes for people that are doing something simple. But if a local government wanders into a complex transaction, which by the way, they probably shouldn't be there, but if they end up there, we sure as heck need to get it reported in the financial statements, right? So people can understand that they are where they probably don't need to be. And so don't assume that small means not complex, because these people sometimes end up in situations they don't belong in. And so there needs to be reporting from those things occur. So I agree we need to do something, and I'm supportive of the paper. And I think it is consistent with our work plan to move forward.
Thanks, Scott. Todd, then Lynn.
Thanks, Ian. It's probably a little bit difficult for us to agree to this recommendation without thinking about what the conversation we're going to have next. I think I agree with the recommendation around not pursuing a standard setting solution here, but as others have said, for the credibility of this board, we need to be assured that the underlying issues that caused this to come onto the work program are addressed. I think I have been convinced that that isn't a standard setting solution, and we need to work through what that is. And if I think about the New Zealand situation, we've got a differential reporting regime. There was a lot of work put in to understand the sort of what the financial statements for the entities that we were designing lower tiers for, what sort of transactions they had, so that we could very much target our differential sort of standards to those transactions. Entities that only have a few simple transactions don't need to read the 2,000 or 3,000 pages of our material. They just need to know how to access the bits of that relate to their transactions. And so we need to provide a way into our 2,000 or 3,000 pages worth of material for entities that don't have complex transactions that just have those simple transactions, cash, debtors, creditors, fixed assets, whatever it might be. So I probably spent long enough talking, but I do agree it's not a standard setting solution.
Thanks, Todd. I mean, both yours and Scott's interventions do remind me of a comment that was made about IPSAS 41, which is actually that, you know, people regard financial instruments accounting as very complex. Actually, if you don't have complex financial instruments, actually it's pretty simple. You know, and actually the guts of the standard are actually only a few paragraphs. It's the fact that they enter into complex arrangements which causes the complexity, and then Scott's point comes into play. So yeah, so that kind of, how do you get them to use the right bits? Maybe a bit of a germ of an idea there. Lynn, to you.
Yeah, so I will echo a bit of what's been said before. I totally support the staff recommendation. I think that we need to think how we communicate here, because I think there will be a perception that the only tool in our tool bag is a standard, but it's not. And we'll come on to the point about guidance in a moment. I speak as a preparer when I say this. The Jersey Audit Office prepare accounts using IPSAS. We don't have long accounts. We are a small entity that thankfully don't enter into complex transaction. You wouldn't expect me as the Auditor General to enter into high risk complex transactions. But the result is I have a short IPSAS compliant set of financial statements. But then I'm fortunate, aren't I, because I employ highly qualified accountants who can easily navigate their way around the standards to know what's applicable and what's not applicable to us. So we'll come on to it, but actually guidance on how to navigate the handbook, I think, is absolutely the right answer in this space. And to pick up Scott's point, if a small entity has high-risk complex transactions that are needing a complex accounting answer, then it's absolutely appropriate that that is dealt with in accordance with the right accounting framework, being the IPSAS. So I'm fully supportive of the recommendation.
Thank you, Lynn. So I just wonder whether I could hear views from other members, because it could, as you know, it is an important strategic discussion to have, and I think, you know, sort of those members who've spoken in favour of a standard setting framework have certainly identified the fact that you know, most, and this happens pretty much, I think, in most jurisdictions, that you have a number of you know, public sector organisations that are big and therefore actually should be accountable because they handle large quantities of public money, they are exposed to risks and so on, and therefore the sophistication of the full suite of standards is justified. But equally, there are a long tail of small organisations which do provide very valuable services but are less sophisticated. So it's how do we actually address that need, and you know, I think there is a reputational issue, so I think that's the sort of issue that we are dealing with. And of course we do have a cash-based standard, so you know, perhaps that's part of the solution alongside the sort of approach that has been suggested by Lynn and Todd, which is actually maybe there's a way of guiding people into which bits of the existing literature are appropriate, and that might help everybody. So with that, I've got a few more flags up. I'm going to take, if you don't mind, Patricia, I'm going to take a first round and then come back to you on the second round, because I want to make sure that members have an opportunity to input. So I'm going to go to Abdullah, Andrew, then I'll go to Renee, David, Hervé, Adrian, in that order.
Thank you, Ian, and I'm in support with the staff recommendation, because when I'm looking at it, I was trying to see it from our perspective as a preparer, and then yes, I sympathize with the jurisdictions that they have in 4,000 or 5,000 municipalities that you don't want to put the burden on them to prepare full set of financial statements. But again, when it comes to consolidation, what are you going to do on that? You're going to get into the detail and the segment reporting. So that is the element that is getting me to say, no, we don't want it to be a standard or suite of standards. And I understand the IFRS, they have the SME, but they're not part of the public sector. It's like they could be a standalone entity. They're not part of a consolidated group or a public sector like the public sector entities. So I'm not in favor of it, but yeah, we should put that in mind at the end when you are consolidating, when you are doing the segment reporting and the whole thing, you would need to do something, the full suite of the IPSAS standard, you have to apply that.
Thank you, Abdullah. Andrew next, and then Renee.
Thanks. So I agree with what's been said in staff recommendation. We don't need a standard setting solution. I think in setting standards, we already try to simplify them as far as possible. You know, if I think of, we do remove some options that perhaps were in an IFRS standard. In IPSAS 42, we've limited the recognition period. So there are steps we've done to try and simplify it already. I think when you then try and distinguish now for a differential reporting model in basis on the type of entity, we've tried there. We don't necessarily get on an international level to a solution. And if you're going to start looking at per transaction, then you get into exactly what's been said before. If you've got complex transactions, you need the complex accounting. If you've got simple, you go to the simple accounting. And so I agree with what's been said, that we need to find a way to signpost to those smaller entities where they need to go, how they use the toolbox that's already existing within the standard. So locally, for example, with the new financial instrument standard that's coming up, we've prepared a bunch of fact sheets that take you through normal debtor, normal creditor, what's the accounting, and kind of just point you, these are the parts of the standard you need to go to. So, and that's worked really well with us. So I'd support something along those lines more for us rather than a standard setting solution.
Thanks, Andrew. I mean, I think it's always helpful to sort of see those examples of techniques that have been applied. So actually, I think that's probably something that if you don't mind actually providing staff with access to that, that would be really helpful. Renee, and then David, and then Adrian.
Yes, just to come in to say that I fully agree with staff recommendation, no guidance at the standard level. And as I was preparing for the meeting, this is exactly where my head went, is where Todd and Lynn ended up, providing guidance to help them navigate a very complex suite based on simple transactions. So yes, the financial instrument standard is complex, but if all you have is receivables and payables, it's very easy to apply. And if we give them an opportunity to step into the literature, the handbook on those common, very basic areas, and then allow them to go out to go deeper when there are complex transactions, then they will be able to prepare a full set of financial statements. They will be just very simple financial statements. So I totally agree, and I like the idea of inserting this work as part of our application guidance program. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. David, Adrian, and then Nima.
Okay, thank you. No, I would support staff recommendation. I think it would be very dangerous to try to define anything in a standard, because picking up on Scott's point, small could be complex, big could be simple, medium could be anything. So, you know, if you start trying to delineate on those grounds, you could be causing a lot of accountability problems. I think the suggestions from Todd and Lynn that, you know, the guidance on how to navigate on for certain types of transactions, and perhaps with the help of Andrew's fact sheets, is probably a really good way to go as part of what's commonly known at present as Theme D.
Thanks, David. So Adrian next, and then Nima and Mike.
Well, everybody stated rightly that definitely size does not matter. And in fact, complexity matters. So to answer one of, or to echo one of the comments made by Lynn, I would say that if an entity, a small entity, has complex transactions and is complex, I mean, by nature, they should find resources to hire a professional accountant. Well, definitely. Second, I just wanted to make a comment on accountability, public accountability. I think that all public entities are publicly accountable, but they're not accountable in the same way. And to support that, I wanted to refer to the Lima Declaration of the INTOSAI, where, well, of course, it provides for auditors, but auditors are at the end of the chain, and they are responsible for providing assurance on, I mean, the quality of the financial reporting and financial statements, but also on the quality and depth of accountability of the entities. And what the Lima Declaration says, and it's very broad, very generic, and I think it could apply differently to different entities. It says that auditing is about the proper and effective use of public funds, the development of sound financial management, the proper execution of administrative activities, and the communication of information to public authorities and the general public through the publication of objective reports. That's what public accountability is. It's not very complicated. It could apply differently to different entities, different entity of different complexity and also size, but I keep saying that size does not matter.
Thank you, Adrian. Nima, Mike, and then I'll go back to Patricia at that point in time.
Thank you, Ian. Actually, I think it's what Hef has just said, because what we had done in Tanzania, the board said that all public sector entities are public interest entities, and as a result, they should all fall under IPSAS. So they are talking about differential reporting in a way, but it's only for NGOs and not for these exactly public sector entities. So I support the conclusion.
Thank you, Nima. Mike?
So thank you very much. I also support that recommendation, and even our experience is that we have already experienced ranging really from small entities to very, very large ones. The small ones, where when we talk to preparers, they are really, let's say, in favor of limited standards, saying, okay, too complex, but nevertheless, at the end of the day, they are really also able to prepare full IPSAS compliance statements with limited resources, but nevertheless, they need support. And I don't want to touch on the next point, but nevertheless, I don't think that we can provide all the supports that the support they need in also in other terms of, I don't know, technical systems and so on. But therefore, I stick to that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. So Patricia, to you then, and to Murray after that.
Okay, thank you. One question, when you say standard set solution, it includes principles, application guidance, implementation guidance, RPGs, everything? Yeah?
Yeah, I can clarify. So when we think about when we say standard setting solution, we're thinking something just like IPSAS that would be authoritative with principles as well as non-authoritative guidance. What we're recommending in this paper, and as one of the other members mentioned, it's very tied to paper 2, is if we aren't talking about a standard setting solution, what does that mean? And we have been thinking even internally as staff and talking to Claudia and Ian about what options there are. There are still pieces of support we can provide. It's just not going to be authoritative principles in the same way as how our full IPSAS is presented or how the IASB had presented IFRS for SMEs. So I wouldn't say completely no in terms of no application guidance or no implementation guidance. It's more just in what form are we providing that type of additional support regarding application and implementation of accounting principles that already exist in our IPSAS.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I disagree that the size is not important because the cost of have the information is higher than the decision make based on this information. Then size is important. And I disagree with this. And I disagree that the guidance to navigate for the switch IPSAS is enough for solve the problem. I continue to my position that it needs some relief. And for example, leases. What is the the IPSASB could relieve the IPSAS requirements? Why to recognize assets and liabilities for some transactions in small entities? I think it's not solve the problem. It's not have the relief, not solve the problem. Thank you.
Okay, Mary, to you, and then to Claudia.
Oh, thank you. I understand the both sides of the opinions, and so I would like to emphasize the accountability, and in the public sector, it is inherently significant responsibility to fulfill accountability, and so I support the staff's recommendation. However, as IPSASB, we have to have some criteria to ensure the accountability, and so some kind of the qualitative characteristics should be set, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Claudia.
Oh, I want to thank you, all of my colleagues, because it was necessary that we find a solution. What is the next step? As Eileen explained, we had added this differential reporting topic to our work program, and now it's for us important to decide what are in any project brief or how which objective this project have to do, or this topic could have. I wouldn't call it maybe project. So that's quite important that we hear all of your view. And finally, I think, thank you very much for Eileen. She had done a wonderful summary at the beginning where she had this research and give us the way out. Even if everybody of us feel, okay, we have the small and micro entity and they need probably a less simplified standards. It's not a task of the International Standard Setter Board to deliver such standards. It's more our task to give, like Lynn or Todd said, guidance. So I call it always, probably it's a brand from E&Y, IPSAS in a nutshell. Just communicate where you find accounts receivable definition, recognition, and measurement, where you find accounts liabilities. Because if you go, our standards, they are driven from a standard view. But if on a preparer view, so like our handbook, it's totally different written. It's more going on topics, on contracts, and then we have a linkage. Okay, if you have something like that, then you have to go to this standard and this. So maybe make our material more feasible. And even I think one of you also mentioned, maybe we should think about if the presentation of our handbook is still or the best way. We have authoritative, non-authoritative material. So I think ISB have thought or split them. So there's only a package of authoritative and this next book with the non-authoritative, which helps also a little bit of communicating. Our standards are not that big, these 3 handbooks. We have already additional helping illustrated material added for you So if you just wanted to know what's the standard itself is going to the authoritative material, it could be also a way. So, but thank you very much for all your wishes or thoughts.
Thanks, Claudia. Jono, you want to come in on this?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ian. I think for us, for my country, as we are in support of staff recommendation on this issue. We do have quite a number of micro entities, particularly in primary schools, more than 27,000. We would have hoped to use differential accounting for it, but since as a country we adopted IPSAS as is, we think it is diluting that will create more issues and solutions. So yeah, I'm very in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Jono. Noyasi.
Thank you, Chair. I'm support the staff recommendation because in Malaysian experience also have a small, we call it as a public sector entity, but like Lynn said, that something have to do with them and how to maneuver the existing standard to produce their own, what you call it, a small. But the thing is, during the discussion with the government accounting standard committee said that, well, it depends on the transaction as well, because if they go into the complex transaction, that's it. That's the complex transaction. They have to put the certain standard on that because that's a public interest entity. Yeah. If it is not, then yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Noyati. So Liang, I think you're the one member that hasn't spoken so far.
Thanks, Chair. I also realized all 17 board members have expressed views, and I'm the last one, and maybe I should say something. Actually, I'm quite struggling on this, so I can understand the difficulty, and as Eileen just stated, the framework and how to draw the line, because all public sector entities should have public accountability. But I can also understand the needs, because actually this problem actually also we private sector also have a similar problem. Actually, when we have such a so many standards, and actually for a small size, although I agree, definitely I agree, small doesn't mean complex, but not complex, but for a small entity, for with limited accounting resources, actually, when you ask him to go through all this handbook, it is something missing, impossible. So even such entity state that they fully complies with IPSAS, actually, we always has question mark whether they do comply with IPSAS. So I can understand the needs that we maybe we need to provide some relief or provide some guidance so that they can prepare a set of financial statement which can meet the information needs of their users. So from this point of view, I think it is necessary for us to provide something to resolve their problems. But I can understand the difficulty. So maybe we can explore further to see what kind of guidance or what kind of solution we can provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Liang. I think that's probably a very good summary of where we end up as a board, and thank you to all the board members for having contributed. I think that was exactly the discussion I was hoping we would be able to have, because it's not straightforward, and I think we all recognise the issues that there are in terms of different sizes of entities, different complexities, and but fundamentally the fact that this is about, to one degree or another, the usage of public money, and that does create a difference between the if you like, the problem that the ISB was trying to address with IFRS for SMEs and the situation that we find ourselves in, and so I think what's emerged from I think a very good discussion is actually that we need to explore the non-standard setting approach further, and I will ask for a show of hands just in a minute to check, but I think in working that up, and I think we should see that before we take a final decision, but I think what I'm seeing is that there actually are, what people are looking for essentially is a sort of diagnostic type of approach, which is actually saying, if you have a type of transaction, then actually, because of public accountability, actually you should use the relevant piece of IPSAS guidance, but actually what we need to do is provide people with access to that, so that if you are a simple entity, but you have this type of transaction, here is where you go. And I was quite struck by the point that Claudia made, because if you look at what, say, for example, because our standards have grown up as we've developed them, rather than actually being grouped together by, here are the standards for property, plant and equipment, here are the standards for liabilities, and so on, and so in that, this links into implementation guidance. It links into potentially the discussion we'll have next on what should we do on updating IPSAS 33. So probably we're in that kind of space, which is actually, how do we actually make our guidance more accessible for users, regardless of how big they actually are, and then they can actually work out where do I need to go to look at this, and which bits are less likely to be relevant, and I'm quite struck by the fact sheet approach that Andrew articulated in South Africa, also the way of thinking about it. Hervé Adrien raised the Lima Declaration and so on. So I think in moving this forward, the proposal is that we ask staff to begin to develop ideas and options around that, in that more rounded context, I think, and that we come back and have a look at that, those options with, supporting examples like the South African one, so that we can all get a feeling of much more what we are doing here to address what is undoubtedly an issue, and therefore a reputational issue, I think, as well, for the board, having raised this as something that our constituents want us to do something about. So my proposal is that we do move forward as recommended by staff, and we investigate that option further, so that we are all clearer about what that might be, before we take a final decision on the move forward. So it's further targeted research, I think, in terms of developing potential way forward that we look at in September, and then take a final decision on that when we've actually seen, we have a clearer view on what that is and how that will address our constituents' needs. So are board members content then if we take that approach for now? I recognise the views that have been expressed in terms of wanting a standard setting solution, but I think we need to address, and I mean, I think it's you know, we can take a vote, but maybe actually probably what we need is to acknowledge the majority of board members do support that, you know, that more application approach. And let's just have a look at that, work that up before we make a final decision that that is what we are going to do, and do that in September. Is everyone okay with that as a way forward? Tricia and Lucy, I acknowledge that that's not where you were, and that's why I'm saying let's not take a final decision on this at the moment. But if you want to make short final interventions, that's fine.
Okay, sure. I would like to suggest to create a survey and ask the jurisdiction if the suggestion solve the problem. This is my suggestion for the next steps before the September meeting. Think about the options and request information from the jurisdiction. Thank you.
I mean, we will need to test this out with constituents anyhow at an appropriate point in time. But I think, you know, what I'm acknowledging here, though, is that staff actually, you know, they've only got probably 10 weeks to actually work this up. So I think we need to have a look before we decide what the next steps are at that stage. And we may decide to communicate with our constituents at that point in time. I don't know. So let's have that discussion and have a look at it. You know, we each have a knowledge of our own jurisdictions, and I think when you see what comes back from staff, then let's have a look at that and see how you think that might apply. The other thing that I think we haven't talked about is it's certainly within the jurisdiction's ability to say, actually, we just want you to use the cash basis IPSAS for this size of entity. So that's one of the other things that, you know, if you like, one of the other tools in the box. Lucy, final word, and then I think we probably wrap up for today.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, this is more of a question that if we will decide to resort to non-standard setting solution, would be able to give, I think when we say differential reporting, this is typically characterized by some relief, especially in terms of disclosures or even consolidation, recognition, and measurement. Would that non-standard setting solution that we will embark on consider giving relief on this minimum disclosure? Because in our issues are the problems that we have encountered is that in specific standards we are setting minimum disclosures that have to be complied with, which cannot be complied by this small, medium, micro entities. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. I mean, I think probably we need to leave staff to have a look at that, because clearly, well, we probably aren't as clear at the moment as we might be in terms of connecting transactions and types of balance with disclosures. And what this may drive is actually being clearer about those drivers and those relationships, because if you can be clear about those, then you can be clear about what doesn't apply. So I think we need to leave staff to have a think about that. And, you know, probably there is a connection here with a question which, you know, is exercising the ISB at the moment, which it has two projects. One is on the update of IFRS for SMEs. The other one is on reduced disclosures for subsidiaries of, you know, in groups. And that's generating a lot of debate at the moment. I know staff have talked to the team at the ISB that are working on both projects at the moment. So I think the recommendation would be let staff go away and do further research, but taking into account what board members have said today. And if you think there are examples that they should consider of practices at national level, then by all means send those through. Because I think we're after a solution that actually works practically to address the undoubted problems that there are at a local level. Eileen, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. And I realize, and I guess on a personal perspective, I did expect this conversation to have many, many different angles. So it's definitely been great to hear all the comments. Personally, I think we might not even need to go through paper 2, because I think a lot of the points that we've brought up today in this discussion were actually also highlighted in paper 2. And so it's really great to kind of hear these various comments, because we know it's a very challenging topic about, what is the public lead, and making sure that we have that clearly identified before we try to provide a solution. Because the solution has to be able to effectively, pragmatically address the problem and what the ask really is from our constituents. And so really framing it in what the board can do. I think, it's in the slides, but I don't want to take up more time if we've already talked through all of them. So just a big thank you on my end to members for the various comments. I know we've mentioned a few different publications. Lucy, I actually know exactly which report you're talking about. I had actually spoken to Jens in late March about it. And at that time it was a draft. And I know it's come out very recently. So that is on the agenda. And as Ian said, there are 2 ongoing projects that the IASB is also thinking about in considering relief disclosures, their IFRS for SMEs, et cetera. So definitely stay tuned. A lot more work we can do on our end, but we do appreciate all the feedback so far and the general sense of direction. And we'll do our best to bring some clear proposals to you in September. So thank you very much.
Renee, final comment. Sorry, I missed you.
Yes, no, I just raised my flag. So a final thought and a question of clarification. I really like, Chair, how you referred to the go forward objective of this project as being one to make the standards more accessible. So the conversation today has helped clarify and refine the objective to accessibility. So that's what we agree we can do. And I totally sympathize for those jurisdictions or those smaller entities where there would be a need or appetite for relief, right, to go further than just accessibility. And I think it's in the communication and the fact that this can be done at the jurisdictional level or at the parent government level for the smaller entities. But my question is, are you going to craft an objective, a project objective? And if we are drafting the objective, then clarify that I think it's about accessibility, as you pointed out. Thank you.
Yeah, I could take a first stab at that, but then I'm going to actually pass it to Ross, because this was part of my new learning as being at the starting end of a project versus, as you all know, I've been on the later end on the revenue project, and just understanding what we do with project briefs and, identifying the objective. My understanding is project briefs are typically when we have an actual standard setting project, we are going to set off with doing a standard. And that's when we go through the project brief, writing objective, writing the output. It might just be us taking this away and figuring out how we want to do those communications. As a few members have said today already, communication is going to be really key here. I absolutely agree with that, because it's going to be important for the board to show constituents we have heard their ask, we're trying to understand their ask, and this is what we think is a potential way of supporting them and answering their ask. It's going to be a matter of how we really clearly communicate that, and I think that's something we can consider further in this quarter.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that even if this isn't a standard, actually, there is going to be an amount of work that needs to be done, whether that's by staff or potentially, in some cases that may well be by, other organizations. For example, we might do some of this in partnership with IFAC. And I think probably that's where we need to come back and have a further look at this in September. But I think your point overall, Renee, is right, because actually we do, once we've actually been through this discussion and debate stage, actually then we do need to formalize this as something, even if actually work is being delivered by partner organizations. We've still taken on a project on differential reporting, and actually I think almost I could say that in calling it differential reporting rather than you know, anything else. Actually, we've allowed that more organic solution potentially to emerge. So, you know, I think we, from a project management point of view, we need something, and let's call it a project brief for now. Let's set an objective once we've actually given, you know, staff have had the further opportunity to do research, and then the board has another opportunity for a rounded discussion in September.
Yeah, nothing more to add there. I think we need some time to think it through. There is a question around due process and where we align with that, if we're doing a standard setting project or not in the terminology we use. But I would imagine we'll have some sort of a project scoped out with an objective, what we're trying to achieve, how we plan to achieve that. We just might not want to formally call it a project brief, because that assumes we're developing a numbered standard or a piece of IPSASB guidance.
Okay, that's good. Well, it is 3 o'clock, so we're bang on time. Dave.
Just a quick announcement on tomorrow's plenary. After the break, we'll be talking about strategy for the rest of the day. And one point I wanted to highlight is we will be having breakout groups. When you walk in tomorrow, Lee and Augustine have set up, you'll see signs with everyone's name allocated. So it's all thought out, and you'll get more details tomorrow. But that's why you'll see maybe some different signage out front tomorrow, but nothing to worry about until after the break.
Thanks, Dave. So that concludes the formal part of today's meeting. There are various, I know Lisa's task force is having a meeting. There are also various other meetings going on in the collaborative time, but thank you very much, everyone. Particularly, I think that last discussion was a very good discussion that brought all of the board together, and I think genuinely together we've created much more of a vision of the way forward, and hopefully something that is holistic and really will help our constituents. So thank you. I think a very good session, and have a good break this evening, and look forward to seeing you back here again at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thanks, everyone.